these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
right, everybody, we're going to be getting started here in just a couple of minutes, so just stand by while I'm setting up a couple of last things. We should be set up to be a lot smoother today, with one exception, and that is a possible missing competitor who has already run one round and lost entering the L bracket. So if the competitor Loy is here in the chat, please confirm that you are here and then send me a DM on Discord. I need to get you into the I need to get you in our group chat so that I can coordinate with you for your matches. This way everything will be a lot smoother for everybody than the last one. So if you're here, Loy, excellent. Yeah, go ahead and send me a direct message on Discord. It's discord.gg/Tavod Historia. If you're not already a member over there, please send me a direct message. Awesome, there it is. I just added you as a friend, Loy, so if you could accept that quickly for me as well. All right, Loy, I just sent you a DM request or a group message request, so long as you're in there, you can expect to hear some instructions from me direct on there. But basically, that is how I will make sure that we are facilitating all of the further matches tonight. So it should make things a lot more smoothly, or make things go a lot more smoothly between matches. So now that I've already got everybody on the friends list too, we can keep things snapping with that too, and have a whole lot less trouble than we did with the last stream. Although I am just now noticing that my camera doesn't appear to be working. Oh, cool. Let's see if I can't figure out what's going on with that guy. Anything now? All right, cool. We're in business. One last layer of technical difficulties, but we're here. The second round of the Genshin Grand Prix for Yae Miko is going to begin in just a couple of minutes. There have been a couple of small changes to the course. I'm going to go ahead and run over those changes really quick so that everybody can see those changes before we actually get into the race itself. So I will go ahead and show you guys now. We've already got the first two competitors already staged up and waiting, as well as our first camera chase. But for those of you who are watching the races last night, you might recall that around this area where the routes split looked a little bit different. So as opposed to having just the route to the right and the route to the left, which had a little parasol that you could use to climb up, now you can save yourself some stamina, and you can run all the way around to this side. It'll use a lot less stamina than climbing the house, but there's only one elevator, so it's a little bit of a high-risk opportunity, because if you get all the way back there and the elevator's gone because somebody else is already on it, then, you know, you've lost your bet. So you can kind of, you know, hedge whether or not you think, you know, you're out front enough to risk taking it. But yeah, I wanted to go ahead and use some of these new mechanics. There's a new set of elevators at the end of the maze as well as some elevators that have been strategically placed on the lower levels of the canyon climb area, which was a little bit of a hot button issue with players falling off and then not being able to get back on the track. So elevators have saved the day. There's more opportunities to get back on the track without additional time penalties. So I figured we have a new mechanic. I'm going to go ahead and put it to use immediately and see if I can use it to help the competitors stay in the race even after a mistake, with it being maybe a little less harsh. So, with that said, we're going to go ahead and get to everything going here for the first round. So long as, oh, I went to the wrong one, but you guys can see we got the first two competitors. They are running as Bennett. We've got our two competitors are Umi and John. Again, those of you who were here from last night might remember that Umi and John were unable to complete their match due to a bit of an issue and then a conflict in which required one of them to leave. So their first match is actually kind of a rematch here tonight. So we're going to be getting in with that here in just a second, but you can see here on the leaderboard that Leave It to Me, L, and Akaran have all ascended to the first tier of the W group, and Warpaint and Unicorns, Loy, and Bruh have all descended into the L bracket at the bottom, where with John and Umi waiting to find out who will take their first slots in their respective match. So I just need I need John and Umi to confirm in chat if you are both ready. Go ahead and let me know. All right, they're both ready. So we're gonna get this going. All right, so they've both left the first platform. And let's see how the rematch between these two shakes out tonight. Got a little indecision from one of the two Bennetts running to the elevator and the other climbing the house. Looks like the elevator paid off pretty well. He landed a little shallow in a rush, looks like, but he still went ahead and made it out. John trailing only a few seconds behind. As they continue their descent down the spiral staircase here, it does appear that we still have Umi in the lead now, as he crosses down into the first portion of the Zigzag Maze. John is trailing just a few seconds behind. Looks like maybe 5 or 6 seconds, I would say. Umi's through the first half of the Zigzag Maze. John appears to be entering into the Zigzag Maze. I think I've lost John. There he is. All right, John is in the Zigzag Maze. Umi has a commanding lead now. John need worry not. This is what all the other obstacles ahead of you are for. Should give you lots of ample opportunities that could produce mistakes in the leader. So you might still have a good opportunity to catch up. John is through the Zigzag Maze, moving on to the corkscrew, as Umi is heading towards the end of the first bridge with a commanding lead. And my wife just sneezed, so you guys probably all heard that. John is descending the spiral corkscrew here, as I continue to give chase behind him. John entering onto the first bridge as Umi begins to pass under the vines here. Umi has now begun the canyon climb. John finishing up the third of the 4 bridges and heading towards the vine enclosures. Okay, we got John looking like he might be starting to pick up a little bit as he pulls down into the last of the bridges. It's very important as you descend the canyon climb not to skip any platforms. If any platforms are skipped, myself and Rev do assess that, and you get a 5-second time penalty for any platform skipped, so make sure you don't miss any. You gotta touch them all, even if you're just touching an object that's on the platform. John has now crossed over the first set of roofs. Roofs? That was a bad word. That did not come out well. John passing through the cat arches. Moving towards the area with the roofs. A little bit of a hot spot on the race's last evening. However, now with the placement of the 2 new elevators, if you fall off, it's a simple matter of getting on the elevator and climbing back on the roof to get back on the track. John continues to push forward as Umi enters the Blades of Disorientation. John now leaving the track area for the canyon climb and entering into the Blades of Disorientation himself. As Rev gets stuck on the elevator in chase. I seem to have lost my chase for now. I'm gonna climb up to the top here and wait for him to come out. Umi is now launched over through the final set of cat arches onto the final spiral mountain climb up towards the maze. Let's see how long it takes John to emerge from the Blades of Disorientation. This is the last group of competitors who have not yet been through the maze, so I don't have to hide it anymore, as the other competitor who has not been in the maze at this point of the race is, going to be a little preoccupied with racing. So we can see the inside of the maze now. I don't have to hide it anymore. This is a good opportunity for John to make some time back if he ever makes it out of the Blades. I'm not sure where he is. There he is. As John starts the glide over, or the run across the bridge. I guess he was short on stamina. Passing through the cat arches. And the first round, or rather the last round from last night, is now completed. The first winner of tonight's match goes to Umi. Good job, Umi. John trailed a little bit. John, I do recommend you continue to follow through with the track until the end, so that you've had an opportunity to go ahead and run yourself through it for proficiency with the maze, so that you're more competitive in the next round as well. This is just an opportunity to make sure everything stays fair. But congrats to John, or rather to Umi, for completing the track and winning first place on this round. If you stand by with me for just a moment, I am going to update the leaderboard so that we can show that Umi has succeeded on to the next level as the winner of his match. All right, so we will be showing that Umi has succeeded on to the next portion of the winner's bracket. Sadly, that does mean that John descends into the L bracket, but it's not over for you yet, John. John, it's not over. You will pass into the lower bracket and be given an opportunity in the L bracket to remake yourself and come out a victor among those competitors. So don't lose heart, because you'll have another chance. All right, just stand by here with me for just one moment while I finish up a couple of last additions here to the bracket. We'll review what the next set of matches will be, and then we will get going with that. We got some interesting voice echoes going on my side here. All right. So let's take a look at the leaderboard. Coming out of the end of the first round, we have Leave It To Me, who came out on top over Warpaint and Unicorns, and L, who came out on top over Loy last night. Acheron came out on top over Bruh. And Umi, as you all just saw, came out on top over John. Then in the losers bracket, the L bracket, as we will continue to refer to it, we have Warpaint Unicorns and Loy, who will be competing against one another. And then we have Bruh and John, who will be competing against each other in their respective rounds. We're gonna start with the win brackets. So Leave It To Me and L, I'm gonna need you to join into my world next. I am going to go ahead and dismiss John and Umi from my Teapot realm. So I do need Leave It To Me and L. The two of you go ahead and request into my Teapot world so that I can begin coordinating the next portion of the race. All right, we have Leave It To Me. I just need L. And yes, Umi, you can stop screen sharing for now. And Leave It To Me if you don't mind beginning a screen share. Just a couple minutes, guys, while we get everything set up for the next round. I'm sure, as you've all noticed, this first round was already a lot smoother than any of the rounds that came last night. I spent not an insignificant amount of time further polishing how everything would be handled, both behind the scenes and in front of it, so that this was a little less crazy. All right. I do believe we have everything set to go for this round now. I just need a confirmation from our two racers, L and Leave It To Me. Just go ahead and let me know in the chat if you are ready to go. All right, we have a confirmation from Leave It To Me. L, are you also ready? All right, L is also ready. Remember, you will be going when you see the timer in game pop up, not the timer on the stream. It's the one in game. All right. Well then, let's get this going. And they're going. Our second set of competitors, Leave It To Me and L, are a pair of Zhonglis, both appearing to choose the elevator. Will they both make the elevator, or will one be forced to climb the house? Let's see what happens. They both made the elevator. All right. They kept even competition up till this point. Good to see that it can be done. Although it looks like Leave It To Me may have come off the mountain a little shallow. That could cost him some stamina. Oh, he made the edge at least, but it is going to cost him a few seconds. Let's see who's leading now. Down the spiral staircase, we've got the two of them still relatively neck and neck. Looking like they're struggling with a little bit of stamina, but L appears to be maybe about a second ahead as he circles a little bit to keep stamina. These races are all about stamina management, guys. Like this is an absolute massive exercise in maintaining your stamina throughout the duration of the race. One little slip up with your stamina management can send you falling off a cliffside and cost you precious time. Worse yet, it can cause you to fall off a cliff, and then you lose a lot more time. Rev, you keep chasing L. I'm going to stay with Leave It To Me. All right, we're climbing the corkscrew now. The competition on this round so far, very close. Leave It To Me can't be more than about a second behind L at this point. All right, everybody is out of the corkscrew and heading down the first bridge. We got a tight clustering on this race. This is anybody's game. This is an absolutely tight cluster so far. It's going to be very interesting to see who comes out on top in this race. Meanwhile, because Yae Miko is shorter than Zhongli, I'm having trouble keeping. I'm going to have to cut ahead on the track here in a little bit. It is worth noting that, as you will see, Rev and I cut outside of the planters, but the vine planters, but the competitors have to go through it. All right, we're into the canyon climb now. Looks like L is still leading as the canyon climb is begun. He seems to be opening up his lead maybe to from maybe 1 second to probably closer to 3, maybe 4 at this point. He's definitely starting to establish a rather commanding lead. This is the most complicated portion of the track. However, time and time again, this seems to be where leads are gained or lost. All right, we have everyone beginning to exit the roofs area with no slip-ups or no falls. L still in the lead. L has approximately a 5-second lead on Leave It To Me. Still plenty of opportunity for Leave It To Me to catch up. As we head into the Blades of Disorientation, things always get a little bit complicated. This is definitely a difficult section of the course as well. as you really can't do anything about the blades if they decide to catch you. This section of the map is as much about skill and mana management, or stamina management, as it is absolute luck of the draw with whether or not those blades catch you. Let's see who emerges from the blades first. L's through the blades of Disorientation already, maintaining that lead with little issue at all. Rev, go ahead and keep up with leave it to me. I'll stay with L. L's beginning the climb into the final platforms. He has maintained his lead flawlessly for the entire round so far. If anything, he's opened up his lead a little bit. It's amazing what one successful run on this track can do for you. Going into this second round, everybody seems to be much smoother as they continue to progress. L is heading up the first of the two elevators. Seems like L might have this one. We are cutting down the race times significantly today. All right, with a race time of approximately 6:08, L has taken the win, with Leave It To Me trailing by maybe somewhere in the vicinity of 6 to 8 seconds. Still a really good time. Congrats to L for winning on this second round. I am going to append the bracket here to show and reflect the changes of this round. So L will advance into the next portion of the winner's bracket after successfully defeating Leave It To Me in their second round. Congrats again to L. You really did maintain that lead throughout pretty much the entire race. So that was a relatively impressive run all throughout. I really didn't notice any flaws. I didn't notice any platform skips. But because when only two people are competing, somebody has to be the one to fall and descend into the depths of the L bracket in every round, and that will pass Leave It To Me into the L bracket down at the bottom. But it's all right. The L bracket doesn't mean you've lost. The L bracket just means that you've got another chance to win. But you do leave it all out there. Sitting in the L bracket, you risk elimination down there. And that's where things are going to start getting tough for the competitors, really. In the L bracket, once you've lost, your safety net's gone. If you lose your round, you go home. But that said, Leave It To Me won't be exposed to the other side of the L bracket just yet, as he will first have to wait for the L bracket rounds to push on and reveal who his first competitor will be. All right, so let's take a look at the new leaderboard. All right, so as you can see, of the match we just had, Leave It to Me and L. L came out on top, leaving Leave It to Me to fall into the L bracket in the L8 slot down below. But the L8 slot won't compete until the winner of Warpaint and Loy are decided later this evening. So we'll see who comes out on top in that round. But next up, we're gonna have Akaran and Umi compete to see who pushes on for their next victory in the W bracket. So let's go ahead and get those competitors out of here. Thanks to L and Leave It to Me for competing in that round. Akaran and Umi, go ahead and request in, and let's get everything set up for the next round. All right, we got Akaran in. Now we just need Umi. And we can again drop the streams from the previous competitors. If your round is done, we just need Umi and Rev again. All right. Just waiting on that invite from Umi. There it is. All right, so as you can see, we're getting on through our rounds one by one here with a lot less hassle than last night. I want to say thank you to each of the competitors tonight for going ahead and agreeing to meeting up a little bit early tonight so we could communicate to make everything a bit smoother for everybody tonight, so this experience could be a lot less full of continual blunder like the last time. So this is a lot better, dramatically in every meaningful way. All right, so I just need to know if my competitors, Akaran and Umi, are ready to go. And if you are, we will get this round launched here. All right. Looks like they are both ready to go. Looks like Umi is asking about day or night time. No, we're leaving it at night. There's lots of lanterns around the map, so if anything, it should just serve to make it a little more cinematic. All right, you're both ready. So here we go. All right, and they're off. Let's see which paths they both choose to take at this first portion of the race. One's going for the house climb, the other for the elevator. Can't tell who's going for which because I can't see their names at this distance. Let's see who chose each. Looks like Umi took the elevator, so Akaran's on the house climb. Umi's out front just a little bit here. I don't know if Akaran's having some trouble with the house climb. Looks like maybe he might have encountered some issue with the house climb. Umi is running out to an early lead in this round after Akaran seems to have struggled with the house climb. Plenty of opportunities to make that race back, to cut that distance, pending any possible mistakes from Umi. God knows they can happen. We've seen it many times last night. Not so much today, though. The competition appears to be much tighter this evening, now that everybody's been on the track a few times and knows what to do with it. But that doesn't mean that nerves still can't get the better of you. Umi pulling through the Zigzag Maze expertly and heading down into the second portion of the Zigzag Maze, commanding a, oh god, probably a lead of more than 10 seconds at this point. Umi now begins the climb of the corkscrew, maintaining that lead as Acheron has entered the bottom section of the zigzag which leads to the corkscrew. I do believe he might be catching up a little bit. One exiting the corkscrew as the other enters. Here we can see on the left, Umi entering the second of two bridges as Rev gives chase to Acheron, who is currently exiting the corkscrew onto the first bridge. As I am cutting ahead to the beginning of the canyon climb, so that I can set a bit of a timer and see how this portion of the race is separated via stopwatch. Getting fancy over here, guys. I arrived here just moments before Umi, who is now beginning the canyon climb as Acheron is underneath the vine passage. Umi continuing across the canyon climb. Seem to have lost Umi at the roofs. I don't know if we had an issue there. Seems like maybe there was a small issue there because the lead appears to have diminished by more than half as Umi continues to push on. He may have had a slip up there at the beginning of the roof, giving up a little bit of his lead. And Umi jumps through the cat opening here. We now wait to see how far Acheron is behind. As Rev continues to give chase with Acheron, we can see just how far behind he is, although it does appear that Rev's side of the stream is chugging just a little bit laggy. Oh, the lead has opened up quite substantially as it appears that Umi has a 30-second on the nose lead over Acheron to this point. Let's see if he can maintain that lead as he comes into the Blades of Disorientation, which do seem mildly disorienting even to somebody who's been through this section of the track before. Not to mention the fact that they can hang you up and get you caught on them. Umi glides across this final cliff line, approaching the cat wreath. We will start another timer to see if any of the gap has opened or diminished. Acheron is beginning the final portion of the Blades of Disorientation. All he needs is for Umi to have one slip up in this section and fall. If Umi goes down, Acheron could just as easily be upon him. Looks like the lead is almost unchanged as we continue to have a 30-second gap between the two. Umi climbs the elevator towards the finished platform area. Seems to have jumped off the elevator a touch early. Maybe not. Umi rushing through the final corridor. with a time of approximately 6:32. Umi takes the lead of this round and extends his victory into the next round. Good job to both competitors. Congrats to Umi for winning this round. Akaran passes down into the L bracket, and Umi continues his reign of success in the winners bracket. But I suspect the competition for Umi will only continue to step up, as our two competitors in the winners bracket are Elle and Umi, both of which had competitive times in their last round. I'm going to go ahead and purge out the entrants from this round so that I can begin to invite the next competitors, which will be Warpaint and Loy. Warpaint and Loy, go ahead and request into the teapot so that I can get you in for the next round. This will be our first matchup for competitors in the L bracket. Of course, we know that competition within the L bracket means that if you lose, sadly, the game is over for you. But to have gotten even this far, you put yourself out there, you competed. Not an easy thing to do when a lot of eyes are looking at you. So I much respect. I owe much respect to that. Let's take a look at the competition times. So I would have to say, looking at a projection, if you are still watching the bottom of the screen here for the times, Elle has the most competitive time ever posted on the track, because we must disregard this one posted by moderator Beans, who did not follow the entire track there. But Elle posted a time of 370 seconds, and Umi's best time was 391. I do believe that would make Elle the favorite in the next round, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not Umi can cut some seconds and maintain a pace more similarly to that of Elle, passing into the next round. That said, in the L tiers, we now have Akaran, who has passed into the lower portion of the bracket. And we will see shortly who he will be competing with. As Akaran will move into the bottom tier here, as you'll see with his placement in the next bracket here, as I finish arranging that portion of the leaderboard. Alright, so just about done with this update to the leaderboard, so we'll be posting that here in a moment, and then finishing up with the arrangement of the next set of competitors. Alright, so let's take a quick look at the standings for the leaderboard. All right, so we can see how the matches are starting to shape up here. Elle and Umi, with a time difference in their best runs of 21 seconds, will be the start of the next match. But it is worth bearing that times have cut drastically from the first set of matches. Elle in his first match posted a time of 4:05 and cut it to 3:70. Cutting off 35 seconds is a pretty dramatic drop. Umi's first posted time was 4:14, cutting it to 3:91, a similar drop. Can they continue to cut that time down into the next round? We will have to wait and see. However, with our next round being between Warpaint and Unicorns and Loy, let's see. I don't know that I have times posted for them. It doesn't store the times going all the way back to them, so I cannot say with any assurance exactly what their completion times were, since it only seems to want to store 7. But the winner of this match between Warpaint and Loy will be facing off against Leave It to Me in the second branch of the L tier. And then the match between Bruh and John, the winner of that round, will proceed on to face Akaran as he attempts to scrap his way back into the winner's circle. Let's see if our competitors are now ready. Warpaint and Unicorns, Loy, are the two of you ready to go? You've chosen Zhongli as your racers. All right, we've got a ready from Loy. Do we have a ready from Warpaint? Let the rock clear. All right. I think we're good to go with both competitors. So, without any more delay, now that everything is up to date, let's get this going. Let me make sure that we have our cams up to date so that we're actually able to view the right competitors here. All right, looks like we've got what we need there. Thanks again to all of the competitors we have here today who are able to screen share, allowing for a better experience for all of the viewers as well. All right, I think we're in business with that. So without any delay now, we will begin. All right, well, I jumped the gun on the start, but that's fine, not a big deal. They both ran at the right time. All right, 14 seconds deep. We've got a little bit of an opening between the two competitors already. Let's see who's leading the charge towards the elevator. Is Loy, with Warpaint and Unicorns chasing a little bit behind. Loy leaving with the first of the elevators. That's going to leave Warpaint and Unicorns in a little bit of a bind at the bottom, waiting for it. It's all right. She elected not to wait and climbed the house. Good choice. Plenty of time for mistakes to happen. Lots of opportunities for Warpaint and Unicorns to get back into this race. I'm going to park it right here for just a moment. We have Loy entering into the Zigzag Maze as Warpaint and Unicorns is now descending the spiral towards the maze herself. All right, so Loy has now progressed into the second portion of the Zigzag Maze and is now proceeding on to the corkscrew. As Warpaint and Unicorns is only somewhere in the vicinity of about 7 seconds behind, it would seem. I'm going to do my best to cut ahead here so we can get an accurate time reading on the actual gap. But it looks like Warpaint and Unicorns is climbing into the corkscrew right as Loy had completed it. As Rev gives chase behind Loy, with which to provide us an excellent image of both of the racers here. Warpaint and Unicorns now proceeding across the second bridge as Loy is proceeding towards the end of the third, moving into the vine coverings and beginning the crossing into the final bridge here in just a moment. Warpaint and Unicorns now entering into the vine enclosures as Loy begins the canyon climb. Warpaint and Unicorns is now hot on Loy's tail, it would appear. Only a few seconds behind. A timed approximate of about 10 seconds. Any small mistake could cut this gap to mere seconds or result in a complete turnover. Loy is now into the roof climb portion. Lots of mistakes and mishaps occurred in this section of the track yesterday. Things have been much smoother in this area of the track tonight. Let's check the time again as Loy exits the cat wreath with Warpaint and Unicorns in tow. Oh, Warpaint and Unicorns has had a slip up and has fallen into the houses area, utilizing the elevators that were just freshly installed to get back into the race. Loy now entering into the blades of Disorientation. Warpaint and Unicorns now progressing towards the end of the canyon climb's floating islands with a trailing time of 41.85. Let's see if Loy can get through the blades of Disorientation without any kind of hangups and maintain that gap, or will Warpaint and Unicorns manage to catch up? Loy has now begun the spiral climb into the maze as Warpaint and Unicorns is dealing with the blades of Disorientation. We seem to have lost eyes somewhat on our leader. With a time of 6:05, we are tracking another really solid completion time for our leader right now. We could be looking at a record time here. We'll have to take a look at the scoreboard at the end. Warpaint and Unicorns beginning the spiral staircase climb as Loy finishes the race, the victor. Congratulations, Loy, on your sound victory in this round. Good job to Warpaint and Unicorns for keeping your chin up and keeping the race going despite a couple of mistakes there. It can be hard to continue to push, continue to dig, even when you're trailing. Let's take a look at the records here. See what the completion time was, or if it factored. Loy's completion time finished at 387 seconds. That's a time trailing 17 seconds behind that of L's, and just 4 seconds better than Umi's best time. So this might be, we might be looking at somewhat of an upset if Loy can continue to press these sorts of times into the future rounds. But congrats again to Loy. You've succeeded in this match over Warpaint and Unicorns, and you will move on to the next round. But sadly, that does mean that Warpaint and Unicorns has been eliminated from the contest. Good job, Warpaint, for competing. Thanks for joining in on all of the races thus far and being patient with the organization process. I know it can be a little painful at times, for sure. You gave it your all. You did your best. You even shared your screen to make the entire experience a little better for me, which I am very appreciative of. So everybody, I know you can't hear the applause, but I'm sure everybody would be doing it. So everybody show a little love for Warpaint and Unicorns in the chat. A strong competitor nonetheless of the falls. Good job, Warpaint. All right, just bear with me now while I'm establishing the changes to the leaderboard here. And as we get ready to change our focus to the next round. Let's go ahead and get the teapot cleared out and ready for the next two. The next two competitors will be Bruh versus John. So Bruh and John, go ahead and send your invites so that you can get set into place for the next round as I continue working on setting up everything. All right, I got the invites from both of you. This will be the first round tonight that we'll have where we don't have any additional screen shares. So tracking of the racers will be up to Rev and I to keep up with the racers, but that shouldn't be too big of a deal. We should be able to make that work one way or the other. All right. In the meantime, I'm just setting up these last bits here so that I can reflect the changes. I'll get them updated, pushed onto the leaderboard, and we'll talk about what we have coming up next. That said, with the victory of Loy in the first round of the L brackets, that does mean that we have a race now coming between Leave It to Me and Loy here in the very near future. All right, so let's have a look at this leaderboard as we see who is progressing into the next set of matches. Okay, so as we can see, next up in the winners bracket, we will have a match between L and Umi, which should promise to be a very competitive match indeed, as these are the two fastest times we've seen posted on the course thus far. Or maybe two of the two. I think it actually might be 1 and 3 now that I'm thinking on it. It is, it's 1 and 3. Loy in the L bracket now has the second fastest time posted on the track, which could make things very interesting as he will he continue to climb the L bracket, or will leave it to me, post an even better time and steal it back from him. Then we'll also be running this match between Bruh and John here in just a moment to see who will move forward and battle Acheron to survive elimination in the L bracket. All right, so it does appear that we have pretty much everything all set up. So with that said, looks like we have John is ready and Bruh is ready. So with everybody already set to go, let's go ahead and get the next round started. All right, the beginning of the race has started. You'll have to excuse me a moment while I fix this this capture window that seems to be a little off center. Because why wouldn't it be? All right. So we have John and Bruh both ascending the spirals up towards the elevator. A close fight, but they both made it on. Oh no! John doubled over the elevator and jumped off the edge. Fortunately for John, it does appear that Bruh had a little bit of a misstep off the elevator himself. Oh, John's having to recoil some, regain some stamina. Might be better just to hop off the house and get on the elevator at this point. Oh, well, you're still progressing. All right. A little bit of a misstep for both competitors at the beginning of this round. Very surprising. That said, if not for a bit of a misstep from Bruh, John would have been much further behind. John appears to have fallen short, missing the bottom platform. Is heading back up to make sure he touches the platforms, but John, because you've touched the platforms by climbing up, you can proceed by the shortest route to the most recent one that you've touched. So you can just pretty much jump out that window and then climb back in there if you so choose to re-enter the race. Rev doing a good job giving chase with Bruh. Although the camera does appear to be a little off center here, which I'll work here in just a second to see if I can't center that back up for everybody. All right, that seems a lot better. Let me actually see if I can do a little bit better here for us. Yeah, that's a lot better. Now we're not cutting off any more of the track. All right, so we have Bruh running through the lower portion of the corkscrew as John enters the Zigzag Maze, or the second portion of the Zigzag Maze. Bruh is now entering the first of the bridges. Bruh pressing into the second bridge as we have John finishing up in the corkscrew. Oh, I didn't make that climb at all. I think I just killed myself. Yes! We have the first death and it's me. It's okay. I can reposition over here, no big deal. I wanted to get over here ahead of everybody anyway, so this was kind of a shortcut, I guess. I'll have to remember that for the future. All right, we have Bruh appearing to pull further ahead as he crosses the final bridge. Let's see if we can get eyes on where John is. John is now on the second bridge here, just off the camera, right about where my mouse is, right in this general vicinity. Now we have Bruh beginning the canyon climb as John crosses the final bridge, looking to position himself a little closer in competition. This area has thrown several people off even tonight at this point. So let's see if it will continue to plague other racers and demand perfection from their controls. I'm gonna step to the cat wreath here and see if I can set another timer so that we can assess the time difference between the two racers. Bruh approaching the cat wreath now. Seems to have gotten briefly stuck on it with taking an opportunity to heal up a little bit as he runs on through. I'll take that heal. Let's see if we can get eyes on where John is in the back. John appears to be beginning the roof climb. Still pressing along, doing his best to try to see if he can cut this distance. And John jumps through the cat wreath at a time of 42:17. John appears to have a bit of a stamina deficit going here, as he has to cross the bridge to make it to the Blades of Disorientation. For those who have been eliminated from this tonight, don't lose hope. For what it is worth, was going to save this announcement for the end of the stream, but I may as well let you know now. Everybody who races in this will be entered into a secondary pool for Kamisato Ayato in 6 weeks when I host this again. You can feel free to enter into any of the other pools, but you will have a returning racers pool that I will draw through. Just the 8 of you will have a guaranteed spot. Of one of you will have a guaranteed spot in the next race. As Ajdaha's theme continues to roar on, we can see John making the final glide over to the spiral platforms as Bruh begins to ascend on the final elevator. As it does appear that our winner of this round will emerge to be Bruh. Who has completely missed the circle somehow. Hit the circle, bruh. Did it stop? Okay, maybe it did stop. All right. We made it. And that is the end of this round, with Bruh successfully taking the win in this round. Congrats to Bruh, and good job to John, who continued to push alongside his competitor as best he could despite several mistakes and misfallings from the beginning. You tried to keep the race alive. You did your best. Let's take a look-see at the time if it's posted for Bruh. Bruh posted a time of 454 seconds. So we will see as the L bracket continues to shape up at whether or not Bruh can continue to cut time in order to compete with the likes of Loy and Leave It To Me, who both have times that are a little bit healthier. All right. Let's go ahead and clean out the teapot again so that we can go ahead and get the entrance for the next round entered into the teapot. I'm glad, bruh, that you had fun. And John says he's not a platformer, but you did good anyways. You hung in there and you kept pressing for the end. Just because you didn't come away with the win doesn't mean that it wasn't worth doing it. So hopefully you had fun at the very least. And remember, all competitors from this competition will be entered into another guaranteed pool for the next character race. So in 6 weeks, when Kamisato Ayato comes out and I hold another race, of the 8 of you, one of those competition slots will be guaranteed to one of you who competed, who isn't the winner. So the other 7, I should say. All right. I actually may even open it up to the winner now that I'm thinking about it, because it could be interesting to bring the defending winner back in. All right, so we're going to take a look at the previous leaderboard as I continue to build up the new one. But you can see here, the match that we just began was between Bruh and John, of which Bruh came out on top. So as Bruh moves into the next round of the L bracket, he will face off against Akaran later this evening to see if he has what it takes to continue to press on, or if he will descend. Sadly, what with the results of the previous round, that does now mean that John has been eliminated from the race. But like I said, don't be disheartened. The fact that you were here tonight means that you are guaranteed at least an entry into a much, much smaller pool to have a chance to race again in the future. It was good to have you here. You did your best to make things easy for me, and I definitely appreciate that tonight. All of you have done really great with keeping up with me through the Discord and helping me arrange all of this and keep things smooth, so I really do appreciate that diligence. Not least of all to John and Warpaint and Unicorns, who have both been eliminated at this point. All right, so as I'm just about finished with tailoring the changes to the bracket, we can now see as these update here should populate live. All right, we can now see the Warpaint and Unicorns was eliminated and Bruh was eliminated in the previous 2 rounds. Bruh will move on to face Akaran, and Leave It To Me will move on to face Loy. But now we will head back to the winners bracket, where Elle and Umi, 2 of our best times, our number 1 and our number 3 time, will face off. Elle and Umi, send requests into the teapot, and let's get set up for your round. Let's see who will continue to press on, as we have another competition for one of the coveted W slots. Keeping in mind that this is double elimination, everyone. Double elimination. That means if you, as the winner, continue to press on and the W beats you, it means you, as the previous defending winner, become a W and they become, or you become an L and they become a W. and then you fight off one more time. So we could see a double rematch between the final two competitors here tonight. All right, looks like we've got everybody here. If I can get a screen share from Umi as well, I'm gonna go check on that right now to see if we're already receiving it. Looks like we are. That should put us in the right spot there. All right. Let's see if our competitors are ready to go. Umi and Elle, you guys can just decide amongst yourselves which characters you'd like to use. It should be somebody that you both have so that there's not a lead or advantage given to one. So if you both have Zhongli, then let that rip. Seems like that is what you guys have decided to run forth with. All right, are you both ready? Let's see if they're ready to go. All right, Umi has confirmed ready. Elle has confirmed ready. Let's see in this next round on the W bracket who's going to take home the win. Let's see who progresses. All right, the race has begun. As we have on the left Umi, and on the right side of the screen we have Rev, who will screen chase for Elle. I will take the lead points as much as possible so that I can time out any differences between the two. It looks as if Umi has taken the elevator, leaving Elle at the bottom to climb the roof. Big brain plays there. Getting away with the lead. Let's see if Elle can make up the time. Elle, of course, being the favored here with a best posted time. More than 20 seconds better than the best time from Umi in the past here. So I'll be very interested in seeing how this one's going to finish out as Umi continues to lead over Elle by what appears to be a lead of maybe 2 to 3 seconds. Stamina management appears like it's going to be everything in this round as the two stay clustered. Umi pushing through the maze, the zigzag maze. As Elle gives close chase behind him. Keep on digging for it. Elle still very close to Umi in the chase. Almost touching the same rocks as they climb into the corkscrew now. Elle seems to be cutting the gap ever so slightly. But will it be enough for him to take the lead? Umi first to exit the corkscrew with Elle still very close behind. Rev giving close chase to both competitors as I progress across so that I can get a time difference on the leaders as they enter into the canyons here shortly. Oh, this is a very tight clustering on this race. Neither seems willing to let go of that lead. All right. As they both approach the climb, onto the canyons with less than a 2-second gap between them. 187. This is definitely the closest clustering that we've seen in any of the races thus far. One mistake could end everything for either racer. L playing from behind. One mistake could throw him straight out of the race. Or Umi could completely give up the lead, unable to catch up to L, who was unlikely to make any flaws in the safety of a flaw that made ahead of him. Umi almost seems as if he's making up more gap as he progresses on to the cat wreath jump. Let's see what the time difference is. Exiting the cat wreath as L continues to give chase, but does appear to have lost quite a bit of time as he is now 10:24 behind. Lost 8 seconds, over 8 seconds throughout the canyon climb. Can L cut it down in the Blades of Disorientation? This section of the course is very treacherous and is very easy for you to get caught up in the blades. A combination of positioning and luck is everything in here. As Umi continues to hold his lead now, exiting the Blades of Disorientation and gliding on to the final island towards the spiral floating stones. As it appears that L may have gotten stuck in the blades. That may have sealed L's day, as he will be likely to now, unless Umi makes some kind of tragic mistake here on the final climb. It seems unlikely that L will be able to cut the distance now, but this is looking likely to be a record time on the course, reaching the maze at under 6 minutes, a full 30 seconds faster than any time I think I've seen yet. Taking the elevator now before 6 seconds has even elapsed on the clock, or 6 minutes has even elapsed on the clock. Umi begins to climb up the rock face. Can we see our first sub 6 minute time? 5:57, the first sub 6 minute time is logged by Umi. Congratulations, Umi, for your amazing run on this course. Umi takes the victory, posting an absolutely insane time of 5 minutes and 57 seconds, blowing far and away any of the other times that have been posted on the track thus far. Again, disregarding the cheating time of Mod Beans. All right, Umi with the 3:57, beating L's time by a full 13 seconds. It's gonna be really, really hard to overcome a lead of 13 seconds going into future races. Umi seems to have tapped into the winning spirit and will likely continue to post competitive times for the rest of his time here. All right. So thank you to Umi and L for competing in this round. You both did great. Even L, who had some trouble with the Blades of Disorientation, still finished with a relatively decent time, but will descend nonetheless into the L bracket as Umi continues to climb into the next round of the winners bracket. On some level, L no longer has to deal with the pressure of being in the W bracket and maintaining the crest of victor, but he can now press down into being one of the L brackets defending a title from elimination. A different kind of pressure, to be sure. All right. Almost done with these updates to the winning bracket. So let's take a look at how the bracket was looking prior to this match, so that you can get a good indication of what the change will be going into the next round, as L moves on into the L bracket in the next tier. And will look to defend his existence further into the race by climbing back into the winner's circle. All right. Let me just make sure everything is completely up to date here. Getting a lot of Zhong Li voice lines. The next round, let's go ahead and cleanse out the teapot and start setting up for the next. The next round will be between Leave It to Me and Loy. Leave It to Me and Loy. So let's go ahead and get this one cleansed out. Leave It to Me and Loy. Go ahead and request back in and get set in for your next race. And, okay, looks like we've already got the shared streams from everybody that we need there as well. So everything should be good there. As I just finish up this leaderboard while our contestants are getting set up. All right, so now that we've got the bracket up to date, let's take a look here at what the outlook is as we continue to move forward. Of course, the next round that we're moving into will be another round where we are chasing down the possibility of elimination. So we will see now, moving into this round, the winner of Leave It to Me and Loy. One of these two will continue on in the L bracket, continue scrapping for an opportunity to move back into the next tier of competition. But first, Leave It to Me and Loy will fight it out. Bruh and Akaran will then fight it out. The winner of those two will advance to take on L as he defends an opportunity to move back into the winning title, to face off again, possibly against Umi. All right, so Let's take a look, see if our competitors are now in place. They are. Loy and Leave It to Me, are you both ready to go? Loy is ready. Leave It to Me, also ready. Well then, without any further delay, let's move into the next race. All right, and they are off, descending the early platforms. Let's see what their strategy is as they press into the spiral towards the elevator. Oh, we have a very tight clustering as both made it to the elevator in tandem and are continuing to press forth, one right on top of the next. Almost impossible to even tell who the leader is, with the exception of the fact that I do believe we have Leave It to Me, who is our screen share and appears to be... Oh, he has given it up. Stam depleted. He has now fallen behind Loy, as Loy exits the first down spiral, moving into the Zigzag Maze. Looks as if Leave It to Me had a bit of a stumble and is having to go back up and touch the platform's mist, and is now progressing forward on the track, opening up a bit of a comfortable lead for Loy as he continues to press on. Rev giving good chase to Loy as he continues to lead, as Leave It to Me does appear to be cutting some of that gap back off and is continuing to press. We now have Loy exiting the first bridge, and Leave It to Me probably 3 seconds, 2 to 3 seconds behind him, chasing on to the second bridge now. I'm gonna go ahead and cut ahead of everything here. I don't even know if I have enough stamina to make it across here. Rev's giving close enough chase so we have a good angle on the two competitors. And as they enter into the canyon climb, I will see what their time difference is. Loy climbing onto the rock with Leave It to Me less than 2 seconds in tow. This race could still go to anybody. One mistake in this area, and this seems to be the area that produces still the most mistakes of the entire course, with maybe the blades of Disorientation a close second. Let's see who comes out in the lead as we exit the canyon climb into the upward portion here after the roof climb. Getting hard to tell who's in the lead right now. May have had a bit of a holdup at the roof as Loy opens up a new lead, jumping through the cat wreath. And Leave It To Me is dealing with the roof climb and a severe lack of stamina. Loy now entering the blades of Disorientation, having opened up a commanding lead in front of Leave It To Me, who I have a timer on, jumping through the cat wreath at 29:42 seconds behind the leader. Will the blades of Disorientation gods give Leave It To Me an opportunity to catch up? Doesn't look like it, as he passed through the blades without a scratch. L certainly learned the hard way that the blades in the last round would hold you up. Sadly, he was the chaser in the race at the time, only allowing the leader to get further away. Loy now gliding across the canyon into the final spiral floating stairs. Veggie Goth asks, do the racers first get to review the course so that they don't get confused? Yes, they do, actually. Well, they don't exactly get to run it themselves, but I give a video review of the track before they race it. So yes, they kind of do. They don't get to race it, but they do get a video review of it ahead of the race. All right. We now have Leave It To Me gliding over into the final platforms as well now. Oh, I didn't make it to where I was trying to go. As Loy is now riding the elevator, progressing on towards the final platform. With still a very strong time to post at under 6:30. The round is now over, with Loy having taken the victory over Leave It To Me. Congrats to Loy. Congrats. You managed to pass into the L bracket and win your first round within the L bracket, and kept your hope burning alive a little longer that you can continue to improve your times and move onwards towards further competition and pressing into another round where you will face off. Leave It To Me will face off against, or correction, I'm sorry, Loy will face off against the winner of Bruh and Akaran in the future round. I'm over here reading the wrong names as I'm managing the leaderboard. Let's go take a look-see really quick what the posted time was exactly in seconds for our leader on this race, so we can get a good idea of the kind of competition we're going to be looking at. Let's go ahead and purge out the teapot in the meantime, as we know that our next two competitors will be Bruh and Akaran. So the two of you can go ahead and request into the teapot. As I will continue to make alterations to the leaderboard so that we can see where the standings are reflecting, to show that Leave It To Me, despite his best efforts, has been eliminated from further rounds. Good job, though, nonetheless, Leave It To Me. Like I said, do not be disheartened. Having competed in these races qualifies you for a guaranteed run in the future, or a guaranteed small pool entry into one of my future races, into my next race. So you will get another chance, possibly, to compete when Kamisato Ayato comes out in 6 weeks. Whether or not I build a new course will depend entirely on the time available. Ooh, I barely caught that one. I almost missed it. All right. So let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard in the meantime while I'm updating it so that everyone can have a look at where we've been as I'm finishing off the changes. All right, so as you can see from the previous rounds, we have advanced Umi into the next tier of the winners brackets, with L progressing into the next tier of the L bracket. And on the round we just completed, Loy will be reflected momentarily to be the victor of that round. All right. Now that that is updated, we can see that change live. Leave It to Me has been eliminated. But as I said before, don't be disheartened. Hang in there. You may get a chance to compete in the next round, but obviously just because you were a racer in the previous round doesn't eliminate you from entering in any of the other ways that I make available for future race competitions to come up. So even just because you're entered in that pool doesn't mean you can't re-enter in other ones. So thanks for entering into the competition and getting this far. Just to get this far, Leave It to Me, you had to survive. You made it through 3 rounds. You made it 3 rounds to get here. So that was pretty impressive nonetheless. You beat out a lot of others to get here. So thanks again for competing. But Loy continues on. Let's check and see where our competitors are. Akaran and Bruh, let me know in the chat if you are ready to go. All right, both of our competitors are now ready. Let me just make sure we've got everything set up here. We have no additional screen shares on this one, so the entire viewing of the race will be left up to Rev and I to give chase. So give me just one moment while I get the screen share set up to reflect that. All right, I think we're good on that end. All right. May have to make a minor change to that here as we get rolling into the next round. But if everybody's ready, we're going to begin right now. All right, the competitors are off. Akaran versus Bruh, racing as the subject of the competition, Yae Miko. Including me as a chase, we've got 3 Mikos on this track. Things should get interesting. Oh, don't be stealing the elevator from the call. Oh, God, I just ruined everything. Well, rip, didn't mean to do that. Well, they can wait there. They were both going to make it on there together anyways. Oh, ignore TH for screwing up the race. I didn't even mean to touch it. I was trying to climb the house. Oh, well. I was really hoping it wasn't going to go up just by touching it, but, you know, whatever. The competitors remain in a tight cluster, obviously. Oh my god. Track interference in the early stages. All right. As the two Mikos continue to progress, let's see who comes out of the downward spiral first. Acheron crosses the lanterns first out of the downward spiral as Bruh remains close behind. Oh no, Acheron fell and missed all of the platforms below. That's gonna cost him some time. Acheron, keep going. I will add a time penalty to the end. Just keep going. I will add a time penalty to you to the end for falling off. I don't even know where he is. Just keep going. I'll add a time penalty. You'll take a 10-second penalty. Acheron's gonna have a big lead to catch back up on here. With an unknown lead, Bruh has stepped out on front after seemingly Acheron may have stam depleted and fallen in the gap between the jumps in that area. Let me get out of his way. Acheron continuing into the beginning of the corkscrew as Bruh is exiting it. This is a time differential that we've seen several times now at this point, where one is exiting the corkscrew right as the other enters. However, we have on more than one instance seen the cycle of the bridges result in an overturn, as stamina management becomes the utmost paramount aspect of the race as you cross over the bridges, especially as you begin the canyon climb, where if you do not have any stamina, you will quickly lose any lead to somebody who has managed their stamina better in approach. Bruh has now finished the vine enclosures, and we will look at the time difference as Bruh exits the bridge while we wait for Acheron to join him on the other side of the bridge. Acheron now trailing by 12:03 with a time penalty in tow. Acheron's gonna have to make up quite a bit of time. Okay, we have both competitors continuing across the canyon climb onto the rooftops. Let's see who emerges from the rooftops first. We've had many slip-ups in the area of the rooftops, but it does appear that Bruh is continuing to lead unless there's been any kind of a reversal, but I don't believe there has. Bruh has continued to lead. So we will again assess the time difference to see if Acheron has continued to cut the gap or if he has lost further ground on Bruh throughout this section of the track. It does appear that Acheron has ever so slightly continued to fall behind as his previous 12-second gap has opened to a 15-second one as he plummets to his death. Oh no! Acheron has stam depleted himself. Just run across the bridge on respawn and keep going, Acheron. There's no extra time penalty assessed for that because you still had to cross the area just the same. So the time lost is the time lost. don't even know if I'm gonna make it up this. Oh, I did. Okay, cool. Bruh is now exiting the blades of disorientation and gliding on towards the last section of the track. Let's see where Acheron comes out. Acheron exiting the blades of disorientation. Choosing to opt to cross the safe route over the bridge instead of continuing to use stamina that he doesn't probably have. As Bruh continues to press forward on towards the maze, Acheron is now climbing the spiral staircase beneath. Bruh now manning the final elevator to the last platform as Acheron is approaching the maze. Almost fell. Oh no, Acheron fell again. Oh, poor Acheron. Well, if it's any consolation, Bruh's already got this pretty much wrapped up with a finishing time of approximately 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Bruh takes the victory. Moving on to the next round and succeeding in this round of the L bracket. Acheron, thanks for competing. You did pretty great here throughout the night and continued to compete to the best. But in the end, Bruh managed to edge you out with a time of 4:36. Bruh's best time currently mounted is that 4:36 time. Still 22 seconds worse than Umi's first time tonight. Umi's best time tonight being 3:57. Nearly 80 seconds better than Bruh's closest time. Bruh continues to succeed in the races tonight, but whether or not he will continue to compete will depend on whether or not he can cut additional time off in further rounds. We will have to see. But that said, that does mean, sadly, we have to say goodbye to another one of the competitors tonight from the L bracket. Acheron, despite his best efforts, has now been eliminated. Thanks for competing, Acheron. You put a lot on out there tonight, and you continued to push on in that race. Despite a few blunders, you kept going. You kept the hope alive. But as I said, everyone who competes tonight will be re-entered into the next contest automatically in a smaller pool for a guaranteed slot. So of the 8 competitors from this, one of them will be guaranteed a slot in the next race, which will be hosted when Kamisato Ayato releases in 6 weeks. In the meantime, let's go ahead and scrub clean the teapot and get set up for our next 2 contestants. Let's go ahead and take a look at our current leaderboard, which was current as of entering into this race. Loy, hold off just one moment as I am just working on finishing up something here. Okay, the next 2 competitors will be Loy and Bruh, as Bruh takes a second match back-to-back as we continue to progress the L bracket to find out who will compete against Umi. Yeah, I didn't mean to kick out Bruh. I wasn't really paying attention to the fact that he was gonna double up. I'm multitasking a lot of things here, Rev. Why don't you cut me a little slack? Anyways, Bruh, if you can, go ahead and send another invite back into the world so that I can get you going again. Rev over here with his constant defiance. All right, Bruh coming back in. And let's also get Loy to rejoin as well. as I can get the next set of the bracket updated here. All right, bear with me for just a moment while I get these final details punched into the leader bracket so we can take a look and see what the continued outlook appears to be. All right, we have the bracket updated. Let's take a look, see at what we got. Okay, so as you can see, Umi still sits safely up there in the number 11 slot of the W bracket, while L sits in the number 11 slot in the L bracket, waiting for the resolution of the forthcoming battle between Loy and Bruh. Loy likely being the favorite in this with the better time than Bruh. Let's double check. Loy's best time posting at 3:87 and Bruh's best time. Bruh's best time of 4:36. So, can Bruh pick up the time and come back and beat the favored of Loy, who has one of the better times tonight at 3:87? Let's see who ends up being the victor. It seems that the competitors have chosen to race as Xiangling. For this race, are you both ready? Bruh and Loy, let me know if you are ready to go. Bruh has confirmed. Loy has confirmed. Let me just check and make sure that we're good on the stream side of things to make sure that we've got our windows set up here so that we can watch the race. All right, so we're going to be looking at the same configuration as the last one. So it's going to be on me and Rev to continue to chase the competitors. All right, well, without any extra delay, let's get into this next round. Another elimination round begins right now. And our competitors are off. Pair of Xianglings as they race across the platforms. We'll see if they choose to climb the house or save the stamina and go for the elevator. Both appear to be racing towards the elevator, with one just a half a second behind the first, and they both make it onto the elevator. Oh, but Bruh fell off. Loy opening up a gap as Bruh has to climb the house to make up the time. Rev will stay with Loy as I give chase to Bruh, who has had to glide over from the house. That first initial fall will likely cost Bruh some time as he struggles to catch back up. Not impossible, as just about any mistake can cause a severe reversal in this competition. As Bruh continues to push through the bottom of the downward spiral. And Loy exiting the downward spiral into the first portion of the Zigzag Maze. Bruh, you skipped a platform. 2. Keep going. That'll be a time penalty. Bruh will take a 5-second time penalty for missing 2 platforms. Keep going. Get back into the race. You can still open this thing back up enough to win that. We've had much harsher variances tonight. Keep going. Bruh exiting the Zigzag Maze first stage and pressing on to the second portion. As Loy continues to command a lead as he begins the climb onto the corkscrew. Bruh exiting the Zigzag Maze. Starting his climb onto the corkscrew. And forward through it. As Loy now enters the first level of the bridges. Bruh taking the opportunity to cut some time down as opposed to regenerating stamina on the bridges. The bridges are definitely an opportunity to either regain on the gap or try to close out that gap while the other one regenerates stamina by gliding. I'm going to go ahead and cut to the front to see if I can get a time difference between the 2 competitors at the next portion of the track. As we can see, Loy exiting the vine enclosures and entering the final bridge. As Loy crosses this point, I will begin a timer. And we will see how many seconds that Bruh is behind his competitor. 11:17. Bruh has 11:17 to catch up on. And with the time penalty from that missed platform, he'll need to open up a little bit more than that. As we cross the 4-minute point of the race, Loy continues to hold on as the canyon climb spirals down towards the rooftops. We can see Bruh crossing into the bottom portion of the canyon climb towards the rooftops himself. We now have Bruh approaching the first of the cat wreath entries, as another timer will be assessed to see if Bruh has managed to cut any of that gap off in this portion of the track. Loy continuing to manage his stamina as he crosses from each platform, dodging the obstacles that have been installed all throughout these platforms. Bruh exiting the wreath at 18 seconds, appears to have given up a few more seconds throughout this portion of the race. But the blades of Disorientation can produce all kinds of craziness, where Loy could give up part of his lead if he gets stuck in the blades. But that did not happen, and Loy continues to press through the blades without hesitation. Hopefully Bruh will experience no additional trouble. Loy pushing through the first set of the rooftop blades without an issue, and exiting the blades of Disorientation Island onto the final spiral staircase to the maze. Let's see where Bruh has come out on the blades of Disorientation. crossing through the final blades now into the rooftops. Loy approaching ever closer to the top of the platforms where the maze rests, with a time of 6:22 thus far. Bruh now crossing the final cat wreath. And Loy entering the maze. Time elapsed now 6:45 as the final stretch begins and the swell of Ajdaha's theme begins. Oh, Lloyd took a dive, or Bruh took a dive here at the last portion of the track. Unknown if run out of stamina or conceding defeat, or making a hasty jump trying to make back time. And the round has ended as Loy claims victory of yet another round. Congratulations to Loy. And thank you again to Bruh for competing. Bruh, you're a great competitor. You pushed through a lot of rounds. You won a lot of rounds to get here. After losing one round towards the middle portion, you lost your first round right at the beginning, and then won 2 further rounds to make it this far in the L brackets. You did your best, but it wasn't quite enough on this round. And Loy takes the win and moves on into the next portion of the race. So Loy will be the one to face off against L, who has a very impressive time of his own. Let's take a look-see at what the times are between L and Loy in the previous races. Let's go ahead and scrub. If I can have Bruh go ahead and leave the teapot so that we can make room to bring L back in for the next round. Sorry again that you weren't able to continue competing, Bruh, but you did a good job. Certainly not anything to be disappointed about. You definitely beat out a lot of others. You even managed to eliminate both Warpaint and Unicorns and Akaran before you, which is certainly an accomplishment nonetheless. All right. Let's take a look at the records between L and Loy. L and Loy, their best times, a separation of 17 seconds. L coming into this race as the favor with a time of 3:70, and Loy with the best time of 3:87. Well, we will see here momentarily who will take the victory into the next round and face off against Umi in his ridiculous clear time, under 6 minutes. Certainly, Umi will not go without a fight. All right, let's take a look at the standings here so that we can review where we've been. All right, so you can see in the round that we just finished up, it was Loy versus Bruh. After Bruh climbed from L3 to L6 into round L12, losing to Loy, who will now progress on to battle L, who has had many successful rounds thus far. L, this will be L's first round in the L bracket. Will L continue to post strong times and scrap against the others in the L bracket who have been desiring that place in the winner's circle? We'll have to wait and find out. All right, let's take a look at that update. now that we have Bruh as an eliminated competitor, that means we now move on to the race against Elle and Loy. Actually, I think I have one more change to make to this because I messed up something there. I did. I didn't get that eliminate indicator on there. Let me just fix that really quick. Just so that everything's super obvious to any newcomers who may not have been tracking the race to this point. All right, one last update on there. Bam. Okay. So our next race will be between Elle and Loy. Two competitors who also do not have a screen share, so it will again be up to Rev and I to give chase of these two competitors. So let's see if they're ready. Elle and Loy, let me know if you are ready. Sound off in the chat to let me know. Rev, you want me to see if I can try to keep... Yeah, I can see if I can resize it a little bit on the next round. All right, we have had a confirmation from Loy is ready to go. Elle, are you ready? Just waiting to see if Elle is also ready. All right, we got Elle as well. Both competitors now ready. So without any further waiting, let's get into it. All right, the two are off. This should prove to be a very competitive round, as these two have been fiercely competitive in every round they've been in thus far as it is. So we will have to wait and find out how this resolves. All right, Rev, I made it a little adjustment to your window to make it a little wider for you. Both competitors riding up the elevator together with a tight clustering so far. Impossible to tell which is which, as they are both the same character with the same wings at the moment. But it does appear that Elle is ever so slightly leading Loy as they begin the downward spiral. An expert back dodge there from Loy, as he was struggling not to overpass the platform and incur a time penalty, and still managed to catch back up afterwards. Well done. Both entering back-to-back into the Zigzag Maze. This is far and away the tightest clustering of racers that we've had so far tonight. Elle opening up just a little gap into the Zigzag Maze. With Loy now entering the Zigzag Maze, maybe 2 seconds behind Elle, who is making up time at every corner somehow. Elle looking like he's competing to further improve upon his time. Like he's going for a grudge match on Umi's ridiculous sub 6 minute time. Can he beat it? Can he prove that it can be done? And bring a powerful fight to Umi? Keeping in mind that Elle will have to defeat Umi not once but twice as a defender of the Elle platforms. Elle continuing to open up the gap over Loy over the bridges. This again another instance where stamina management makes all the difference. I say it every time we get here because it continues to be true. And those who manage to make up a lot of stamina and manage it just a little bit better get across this section of the bridges faster than the others. This tends to be a section where, if I'm honest, even I tend to fail a bit. All right, we have our first competitor exiting the bridges onto the canyon climb. L. As Loy is descending the last bridge into the canyon climb, struggling to keep up. The bridges certainly opened up a wide gap between the two. As I myself am struggling to get back in here just to keep tabs on our guy here as he continues to push through. L continuing down the canyon climb spiral onto the rooftops. Another perfect round looks likely for L. He dodges all of these platforms without any issue at all. Let's see what the time difference is as L exits the cat wreath. Storing up just a little extra stamina before making the jump. A strategic call to ensure that one does not fall. It looks like there is a gap of approximately 13 seconds between the two competitors. One of the tighter clusterings we've seen as the competitors enter into the Blades of Disorientation. L getting held up on the blades here, losing many seconds as the blades continue to spin. Easily 5 seconds lost as the blades continue to spin and hold L into position. As L continues to be pressed into the wall, this could be all the add-on that Loy needed to catch back up. L broke loose. L now breaking loose after only a brief hold underneath the blades. As I myself cannot get out of them. We have lost track. Rev has managed to get into the front so we can see who's leading. It's looking like this is still a tight competition. With L starting the climb and Loy only 2 platforms behind him. This is going to be a close one. 5:30 elapsed so far. 5:35. Likely going to be one of the top times recorded tonight. Tracking unlikely to break that sub 6 minute time, but still a very strong time nonetheless. Either competitor winning tonight definitely of these two will definitely be proving themselves worthy to press on to the next round. As one climbs the final wall and the second enters the elevator. And L crosses the finish line just a few seconds ahead of Loy in what was absolutely far and away the closest race that we have had tonight. By a long shot. Only a few seconds difference separated L and Loy throughout the entirety of the race. This was our closest race by far. Let's go and take a look at the bracket here, or rather not at the bracket, but at the records, so we can see the time posted. As L put up a 374 time. Actually, I do believe 370 was his time this time. A 370 time. Beating his last time, his previous time, by 4 seconds. Continuing to cut this thing down. As Loy competed and kept up, only a couple of seconds behind him, but just couldn't manage to catch back up. Congratulations to L. You've proven yourself the victor in this round and have earned a spot as the defender of the L brackets now. as we continue to push on into the next. Sadly, that does mean that despite the fact that Loy has been a strong competitor from the very beginning, after losing his first round, he has won 1, 2, 3 rounds afterwards in the L bracket to get to this point. But now he's eliminated. Loy, you did good. Your time was absolutely ridiculous, and you should not see that as a loss on any level. You will still get an automatic entry into the next race, into a much smaller pool of only 8 contestants. So congratulations again for competing at the level that you did. You definitely should not look at that as a failure at all. You definitely killed it tonight, and you weren't going easy on anybody, and nobody can fault you for not trying, because you most certainly did. Moving into the next round, as we will see here momentarily, we will see that L, probably one of the only names that would have fit in the tiny section on this next portion of the leaderboard, progresses into it for the match against Umi. Umi, let's go ahead and get you into the teapot so I can start setting up for the next race. Okay, we've got the leaderboard now updated. Let's take a look. As the tension rises, we now have L, the defender of the L bracket, facing off against Umi, the ultimate victor of the W bracket. Because this is double elimination, everybody, it is important to understand here that if L wins this round, he then he pushes Umi into the losing bracket, into the L side, and will have to then defend the winning bracket by beating him again. So he will have to beat the defending champion with the only racer tonight to post a sub 6-minute time, not once but twice, to take the win and be the receiver of the Yae Miko tonight. L is the leader of the L bracket. A surprising turn of events, to say the least, as the individual whose entire name is L became the king dominator of his very own self-named bracket, apparently. All right, let's see if we have a screen share. We have a screen share from Umi, so let's get that set up here really quick so that we can get everything going here. All right, I should have everything set up here so that we can view Umi's screen direct, and Rev will give chase to L as I continue to give outside time shots. Are the competitors L and Umi ready? Everything is set up on my side, so just sound off in the chat. Let me know that you're ready to go, and we will continue into the next round. Umi confirms ready. L confirms ready. All right. Our two competitors are all set to go. This could be, with a continued victory from the only undefeated contestant tonight, the final round of the tournament and the ultimate victor of the Yae Miko giveaway from the Genshin Grand Prix. If L wins, we will enter into the double elimination round, where Umi will then have to claw back his victory. Let's see what happens right now. And they're off. Let's see what paths they choose to take at this first section of the platforms. If they go for the house climber, if they go for the elevator. The elevator certainly has proven to be a competitive option tonight, where the time advantage and the stamina advantage seems to be the draw. We've seen a few blunders at the elevator, where the trailing competitor just barely gets on the elevator and then spazzes off the edge. But that did not happen between L and Umi. Unsurprisingly, the two of these competitors have time and time again shown themselves to be extremely reliable in their execution of the course, and have not fallen or given up an inch really in very many situations at all tonight. We've opened up a little bit of a gap between the two competitors now, with L leading ahead of the favored victor, Umi, the defender of the winning bracket, by likely a solid 3 to 4 seconds at this point. A time measurement will be taken when we get to the canyon. L exiting the Zigzag Maze, absolutely blazing a path, cutting every second he can, as Umi is scrambling to catch back up from behind. Two racers who have pretty much executed this track flawlessly time and time again tonight. Entering the end of the corkscrew, we have L leading at the moment, with Umi trailing just a few seconds behind. L exiting the first bridge, with Umi hot on his heels, halfway behind him. Both competitors now across the second bridge, and L now pressing into the vine enclosures, the section of the island right before the final bridge. As I get ready to measure the time difference between the two competitors as they cross through the pillars of the bridge. Umi is trailing by 450. This is still a very closely competitive match. Any small mistakes could result in this game changing very quickly. An additional reminder that in this double elimination match, if L takes the upset and beats out over Umi, he will have to do it a second time as the defender of the winning bracket after taking that slot from Umi. But will there be a reversal in this section of the map that has created more reversals than any other section of this map? L leading as that at the top of the roofs, and Umi has absolutely cut time, looking like he's no more than 2 seconds behind as he continues to approach into the next set of platforms. They're exiting the cat wreaths with an absolute razor narrow margin. Absolutely ridiculous competition between these two, as Umi is absolutely scrapping to maintain the victory tonight on this one. L not wanting to give him even a second of the lead that he has gained back, but Umi is fighting for it. Rev doing his best to keep up with the two of them as they press through the Blades of Disorientation. Likely a portion of the map that can generate quite a sizable difference between the two if either of them is just a little unfortunate in here. And it does appear that they are both moving through it right on top of one another without any issue whatsoever. L pushing through the Blades of Disorientation first. Umi just a second behind, as the two can once again be recorded in the same panel on the screen. Oh, this is going to be a close one as we just break the 5-minute mark. L is touching the platforms for the spiral staircase to the maze. Absolutely unbelievable so far between the two of them. Can their stamina management and proper placement continue to hold as they continue to try to cut seconds towards the maze? Umi attempting to take the inside lane. Oh, it looks like Rev and I are going to be struggling to keep up with the two of them as they enter into the maze. We're going to be looking to the elevator to see who rises first, or will we see for the first time, both elevators rising into the air at the same time? Both are on the elevator at the same time. Oh my god. This is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, this is gonna go we're gonna end up having to I'm gonna have to check the finish line to see who wins. This has not happened before. Oh, I can't tell who won. Oh no, I can't tell. I'm gonna have to go check. I'm gonna have to go up to the top to see who won. I'm gonna teleport up to the top. It's gonna be up to the records to see who won. I am gonna switch this to the main frame here to see, because this might be an upset here. If the victory of this round goes to Umi, it's over. If it's to Umi, it's over. If it's to L, then L presses into the next round. Let's see. It looks like the winner went to... It appears that it has gone to L, who shaved a further 4 seconds off of his previous time by logging a time of 3:66, as Umi's only other logged time is still the 3:57 he logged before. That means L crossed through the finish line just a fraction of a second ahead of Umi, and forces this battle to continue on. So I'm seeing some people say that it happened the other way around. However, all I can go on is the record ranking on the computer. This shows me a recorded time by L of 3:66. I can see on the camera, it appears like Umi may have passed through it first. But on the other camera, you can see that L went first. And because this is actually recorded on the server side, we have an actual quantifiable number that shows right here that L was the first one to pass through. The server records that L passed first, and that's what we have to go on. Because this is not failable. No matter what position we see you on, where the packets are sent on our side, because that can differ from the server side, but the packet loss shows that L crossed the line first. So that means that L took the win here. And that means that Umi and L will battle one more time. That means Umi will have to defend his title against a double elimination loss. So, let's go back to the leaderboard as I reset for the next round. Let's get both competitors in position. Let's get El and Umi lined back up at the beginning of the course. So things have certainly gotten interesting as we continue to progress into the final round. This is the absolute final round. There cannot be another. I'm seeing several people say to reset the leaderboard for the final match. Yeah, actually, I think that's probably a really good idea. Just to make sure that we have a absolute, but we do know, because I've been checking it almost every round anyways, that that was the times that were logged. So there should be no real issue there. I'm not really worried about that at all. All right. Stand by for just a moment as I continue to finalize the updates here. As we press into what is absolutely the final round and the decider of the winner of my first Genshin Grand Prix. And most importantly, for the first time since the beginning of the game, El will not be starting this round, this portion, with red in front of his name. He reascended into the winner's bracket and now must defeat Umi a second time for his opportunity to progress into the last. So the king of the L bracket, El, now progresses into the final round without an L in front of his name. Sadly for Umi, that has become his title to bear. But lost is not forgotten, and Umi, who still has the best time logged tonight at sub 6 minutes, will progress one more time into the final round. So let's take a look at the updated leaderboard. As we can see, we have come a long way to get to this point, everybody. A very long time to get to this point. We have now reached what is absolutely going to be the final round of the game. The ultimate deciding match between the winner of the 14 winning bracket rounds against the 14 L bracket rounds. Defending the winning bracket now is L against the now defender of the L bracket, Umi. The round will begin in just a couple of minutes as I take care of something, so stand by. All right, we are back. So, the last round ended in what is basically the closest thing you can get to a photo finish that you can ever see in a game such as this. Literally, the last match ended in the two competitors crossing the finish line at almost the same time, to where the only way we could tell, because my screen showed one thing and Rev's screen showed another, and then Umi's screen showed something even totally different from that, was to use the server's truth by checking the records to make sure that we had the winner given to the right target, the first to actually cross the ring per the server's instruction. And that winner went to L in the previous round. So now we have one final round to find out what's going to happen. So this is going to get interesting. Let's find out if our two competitors are now ready. Everything should be set. There's no change of cameras. There's no change of anything on that end. So, L and Umi, are you both ready to go? Go ahead and sound off in the chat and let me know. They're both racing as chibi characters, by the way. So this should be an interesting change of pace. It's sure to result in a different time, as we have a Diona against a Chi-Chi, and both of our competitors are taking an awful risk doing it, but I guess because they're both doing it, I feel like this is going to make jumping a lot more challenging for both of them. If you have not run this course, most of you have not. As somebody who has ran this course with tall and medium and short characters, the short characters have a much different jump profile than the tall, fast characters. So this is going to get interesting really, really, really fast, because they may not be judging their jumps the same way as they did before. It's definitely likely to result in a longer time, but it could also result in more errors. So we'll see. This is this is a lot of risk to put onto that last round, but I respect it. Let's do it. They're both confirmed ready, so here we go. And just so everybody knows, for confirmation, the records have been completely reset for this round, so there can be no doubt. I don't have to fish through the records, even though I knew which ones were already posted before. Now there should be no confusion to anybody else as to which record has or has not been broken. So, let's get this going. Chi-Chi over here counting backwards as the timer is running. All right, they are off. Let's see who crosses this thing first. We have a undeniably close contest between these two every round so far. The fact that the two of them are both different characters should make this a lot easier to determine who the leader is at all times. Currently, we have Umi maintaining a very narrow lead over L as the two of them step onto the elevator with almost no time difference. And the two continue to press on without much hesitation at all into the next portion for the downward spiral. Diona emerges from the building first. I cannot tell if Diona just fell off into the center or not. Kind of looked like Diona may have fallen in. Not really sure. I'm definitely lost Diona. Okay, Diona's in the back. All right, Diona has caught back up. We'll see if L can catch back up to Umi after making an error likely generated by the difference in size of the character. The jump and run profiles on these short characters compared to Characters such as Zhongli, who are among some of the furthest jumping and fastest characters in the game, is very different, and it can definitely throw your game off in this track. Umi into the second half of the Zigzag Maze, leading commandingly, although climbing a post accidentally, which is really part of the risk of darting in and out of the posts to gain time. If you end up climbing those posts, you can just as easily lose seconds instead of gain them. And some of that time was lost as L is only one rock behind Umi as Umi continues through the corkscrew. For what it's worth, watching the chibi characters race does make it a lot easier to keep up with them on Yae Miko, who is not one of the faster characters. Umi continuing to press on through the first bridge. Now entering into the second, with L only a half a bridge behind. Umi now entering into the third bridge, approaching the vine area. Umi is not playing around in this one. Even with a chibi character burning up a really good time. However, the jump profiles, as I've said, on these characters will make this area of the course the most challenging. So anything can happen as L is only still about a half bridge behind Umi. Umi continuing to progress as Ajda's theme now begins. It's hard to ignore the tension that this song will add to the players if they're hearing it right now. Uh-oh. Umi ended up in between one of the platforms. That could cost some seconds. Not enough, as L is still 2 platforms behind, as Umi continues to blaze through this with Chi-Chi. L now through the first of the cat wreaths in the area, but Umi progressing from the rooftop into the upward climb of the canyon into the floating islands. Umi exiting the cat wreath with a decent lead still. Hard to tell exactly what the time difference is between the two of them at this point. But L is exiting the cat wreath before we could get out of sight, so there's still a very close competition here. Of course, the competition was about this far spread out at this portion of the track last race. Somewhere around the blades of Disorientation, there was a bit of compression between the two, and the race became suddenly much, much closer. And now I am stuck on the blades, and what makes that particular obstacle so treacherous. Umi now through most of the blades, over the last, and working towards the end of the island, progressing into the final island now at a time of just 6 minutes. Now you can see the difference in time created by one of the chibi characters. They just don't have the run speed to put up those sub 6 minute times that the tall characters can produce. L exiting the Blades of Despair as Umi continues to command the lead. But any mistake could turn this around, as L is not far enough behind for that mistake to be easily recovered. So Umi does not enjoy much comfort in this lead still. as mistakes at this height will cost even more seconds. Umi now entering into the maze as the final portion of Asia's theme begins to swell very appropriately at this moment. Umi beginning the final glide towards the mountainside, approaching into the final finishing point of the race. Oh my god. The race is over. The final victory going to Umi after 15 rounds in the winner's bracket and 15 rounds from the loser's bracket. The total winner goes to Umi. Congratulations, Umi. L. I have one consolation prize to you, which is you as the competitor who rose through the ranks of the L bracket. I've been saying all night that the other 7 competitors are going to be re-entered to a pool that's smaller than everybody else if you're not the winner, or if you're the winner. But here's the thing. The other 7 competitors don't include you. You get a guaranteed slot in the next one because you were the runner-up in this race. Even the winner doesn't get a guaranteed slot. The winner will go into the same pool with everybody else. The runner-up will get an opportunity to come back. That is your prize as the second in the race. So my condolences to you for not bringing out the ultimate victory of the race. But you still competed. You were a hell of a competitor throughout the night. And you definitely put your all down on the track. But Umi over here is definitely pretty unrelenting where the track is concerned. And it just left just absolute flaming trails behind Chi-Chi's tiny feet, surprisingly. Let's go to a quick interview with the 2 competitors. I'm gonna get a statement from each of them regarding what their feelings were on the race here tonight. So I am going to unmute the audio here so that I can actually get voice commands from the other racers. So stand by here with me just a moment while I get that set up. All right, Umi, are you there? I'm not hearing you if you're there. Huh. I don't seem to be getting any audio out of the winner right now. Huh. I might have a mute issue here. Hang on, let me see if I can figure out what's going on with that. A complicated issue to be sure, apparently. Well, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. All right, Umi, stand by. I'm going to send you a call directly. And we'll get statements from, we'll get a statement from our runner-up here tonight, Elle, as well. All right, Umi, are you there? Can we hear you? I'm seeing a circle, but I'm not hearing anything out of you for some reason. Try again. All right, I have invited both Elle and Umi into a group DM so I can ask them some questions about their experience with the race. But I'm seeing a mute indicator on Umi's side. I am seeing a mute indicator on both of their sides, which is absolutely kind of ridiculous. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Hey, special time for, you know, ridiculous freaking technical difficulties as usual. I don't know if I can say why this is doing this. Boy, this is All right, stand by here with me, everybody. I'm trying to round this out here really quick. Oh, I'm gonna make this work. This is not gonna beat me. We are gonna get a statement from our winner, damn it. This will be a thing. In the meantime, I can at least put up a update to the old leaderboard. So let's take a look at that. As you can see, if we have any newcomers to the race, we just finished up everything after approximately 3.5 hours of total racing between yesterday and today. We have progressed through the full bracket to bring Umi a victory and a guaranteed Yae Miko on me. Rev's asking, have I checked the input output? I don't even feel like that should be, because right now I'm literally just seeing mute buttons where they are, but I'm not muted, so I don't know if I understand what the hell's going on with that. I can't. Are you guys both still muted? Because I'm pretty sure they were listening to me on the stream and not on Discord. So if you guys still have me muted, then I don't know that I could communicate with you that way. Yes, Umi, go ahead and unmute. I need to see if I can hear you. All right, go ahead and try to say something, anything at all, and we'll see if you come through. I've even got your volume turned up, but it doesn't seem to be going through. Try again. Yeah, there we go. We got it. We're in business. A little loud, but I can adjust that. All right, Umi. So you went through a lot of hell to get here, to get to the win here. So why don't you walk us through a little bit about what you were thinking going into these last two rounds? Were you afraid at all that El was gonna snatch this thing up for you, especially after he beat you in the first round? Absolutely. No, go ahead. Yeah, the stamina management, like I said in the stream so many times, like people very, very underestimate the importance of stamina management. But it appears like nobody's able to hear you guys on the stream, so I don't understand that garbage. So give me 1 second while I do this, and we're gonna have to walk through this again for some reason, even though in the past I've been able to do it just like this and had no issues at all. So hang on a second. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with that crap. All right, so hang on. Let's shoot over to maybe over to this one. This one might work. Go ahead and give me an old test count. Just say anything at all. We'll see if it goes through on this side. All right, let me know. Anybody, are you guys able to hear our winner, Umi, after his little test count there? Anything? Any change? Oh my god. What the hell is happening right now? Okay. Hang on. We're gonna make this work, I promise. We will get a statement from our winner, damn it. All right, go ahead and say anything again. I need to see what overlay you're coming out of. One more time. All right, I'm not getting any output from that. All right, stand by. Additional technical difficulties underway. Hang on a second, guys. Yeah, absolutely terrible. I'm gonna get this interview. We're gonna do this. This is gonna happen. I promise. Oh my god. All right, give me another test count. I don't know that worked. That doesn't make any sense. All right, give me another. Wow. Yeah, I'm not getting any rise on my peaks here for this. This is getting ridiculous. I don't understand what the hell's going on with this. I've been able to use Discord successfully this way in the past. Oh, God. This never even entered my mind as in a realm of possible problems that we could have at the end of this. Especially after I spent like 6.5 hours this afternoon polishing the stream so that we would have no issues. We got all the way through to the end interview and now we're having issues. Oh, Discord is the enemy. All right, give me another one.
Hello.
I think I got that one. All right, did everybody hear that one? I think we got that one. All right, cool, we got it. All right, I have fixed it. So here's one of the things, everybody, like when you have a complex audio system, it can be quite difficult to figure out what channel is going to produce audio sometimes. So I just had to go, trial and error. Anyways, so starting off with it again, Umi, you battled from the beginning. You were the only one not to have a loss for so long. You finally had your first loss in the defense of your non-losing title against the losers bracket. Walk us through what you were thinking. And were you nervous? Like, walk us through it.
I think it was really, really nerve-wracking throughout the whole thing. And like when we started, I was just like, I'm not gonna win. But then, I don't know. Things just happened.
Things do happen for sure, especially in, you know, a contest like this. When L beat you, what were you thinking? Like, were you thinking like, oh, this is bad? Like, even with the best time, am I gonna be able to beat him on the next one? Like, you were the favored. So, and then you guys had essentially a photo finish. And so what were you thinking when you saw the photo finish and I had to go to the server time to see which one of you actually crossed?
I think that it was best for me to be honest that like I didn't hit the finish.
So on your side,
And
you
like,
saw it as you did not actually go through first.
yeah, the screen didn't show up for me for the new record thing.
Okay, well that'll definitely be a strong indicator as well for you. So, or that it wasn't you. But yeah, we couldn't tell on our side because we had 3 vantages that showed 3 different people crossing through. Like literally they were all slightly different. And so we had to I had to go to the computer time to figure it out. Towards that latter portion, I was telling my wife after after the photo finish, I was thinking, there's no way these 2 guys' hearts weren't racing as they approached that final finish line. Was that the case?
Yeah, I was just like, oh, what happened? And then I was just like, if I lost, then I had to do better the next round.
Well, you definitely you came out and you did better, and you killed it even with a chibi character. Obviously, the chibi characters in no way can produce the same kind of times that you can get with the tall characters, but you still put down a just barely over 7-minute time with a short character. And if I'm honest, like I've struggled at times to stay, you know, below the 7 mark running with any characters. So like time and time again, you just kept putting up strong times. So you know, I dare say you're probably a good deal better at my own track than I am at this point. So congrats to you. We're gonna get you that Yae Miko here shortly, but I'm gonna go into asking a few questions to our runner-up here, which is L. L, if you can hear me, let's switch into the in-game chat where I do believe he should still be in my teapot, which he is. If you can actually just answer some of the same questions that we just ran through with Umi after you managed to steal that victory from Umi and move yourself into the winner's bracket, giving yourself new life at the possibility of winning. What was going through your mind? Was your heart racing for the photo finish as well? Rev. Quiet, Rev. Just go ahead and pull this up here on the left side. Hey, it looks like my my stream chat's not working. That's super cool. I'm sure he's just typing something. I should what? Huh? What you talking about? Try moving? I have no idea what you're talking about. To the try moving to the other side of the I see what you're saying. I got you. Hang on. So what I can do with that is just do this for now. And that'll pretty much reveal everything over there. All right, I don't know that that L is still here. I think L might have gone AFK while we were setting up everything. I'll go ahead and get into a couple of questions until we know or can confirm that that our runner-up has come back for a little post-interview. But it seems like he might not still be here. Let me give him a little nudge. But anyways, over in the chat, Dirt on the Kid asked, does TH always host this event after every new character banner? No, this was actually the first time I had hosted this event, and I plan to do this with every new banner character that comes out in the future. So in 6 weeks, we will have another Genshin Grand Prix focused around Kamisato Ayato. And the size of the bracket may change. I haven't decided. It would probably only be smaller, not larger. But we'll figure out how we're going to work with all of that here in the near future. Elle, can you hear me? You're just here because typing on PS5 is what you... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so you can... Here's what I can do with this. I have an idea. Let's see. I can do this. And then what I should be able to do is just bump this up and extend it. And then we can just see your responses as you type them. There we go. Cool. All right, so Elle, tell us just a little bit about what you were thinking after you managed to beat Umi in that first round and take over the winner's bracket briefly. For the photo finish that you guys had, were you nervous? Did you know, like, because you got the notification that it was you and that you were safe in your victory? Because all of us on the other side, we couldn't tell until I went back up because we had so many vantages showing different things. Were you nervous that it was still going to come up him? Were you not sure? We had Umi telling us that his heart was racing and that he was super nervous as you guys approached the finish line. So yeah, just walk us a little bit through what you were thinking. All right, he writes, it was a very close race. I'm not going to lie, I was very nervous because racing against somebody with the same time as me, obviously you're going to get nervous. But at the end of the day, it was very fun. Win or lose, I still had fun participating in the race. I'm really glad that you did enjoy it. I spent upwards of a month and probably more than 30 hours building the track. So one of the things that was like of utmost importance to me to make sure that the track itself and the experience that would be held around it would be fun for not just the viewers but also the competitors. There was so much that went into it. I rebuilt and built and built and rebuilt what I built over and over again in every section until I was satisfied with what I wanted to put together. And even though there are sections of the track where you can fall off and there's a lot of treacherous portions that you can even get stuck in, I kind of chalk those up to like fair play because it can happen to everybody. So it definitely made for a challenge, but I'm glad you had fun. And you fought a long time across the roughly 3.5 hours of race time and pressed through this final bracket successfully to get to this point. So I was glad to have you as a competitor. Hopefully you heard earlier when I said that the competitor, the runner-up's prize, is a guaranteed slot in my next giveaway. So that's a prize that the actual winner does not get. The actual winner obviously gets Yae Miko. But you get a guaranteed slot in competition for the next race. So everybody who will be coming up to race against you in 6 weeks is going to be facing against one of the tougher competitors of the track. Whether or not I will make alterations to the track is an unknown. And we also have this entirely new racetrack system that they're putting into the game here in 2.5 that I haven't even explored yet. So there's a possibility that we may even utilize that just so that I can alternate the tracks every 6 weeks. So what are your thoughts about coming back in 6 weeks? Do you think you're going to be up for that? And for any future racers, always keep in mind your stamina this race will heavily punish you. If your stamina is too low as well with some of the surfaces, you will slide, and that can punish you very hard if you have a lead or close the lead. I learned that very hard in that race. Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, I said it a lot during the several races that we had over the last 2 days. The entire course is about stamina management. Honestly, it's really like it's a good way to learn to manage your stamina better. So in that regard, it's actually very effective as like a learning tool. But also, you know, you guys went chibis at the end, which is essentially stamina management hard mode. And well, yes, you'll be there. Sorry, the stream delay is so bad. No, it's okay, man. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. Thanks for competing. I really do appreciate it. You both fought really, really hard. Harder than I think you know, anybody ever could have asked for you guys. You really you put it all out there, and you really continue to push and to struggle and to try to take a win. So you guys you earned it. You continued to press, and you got here. You got to the end, and you took home your victory. But or rather he took home the victory, but you took home a guaranteed slot in the next one. So that is also, I think, a prize worth having. Also, if any eagle-eyed viewers noticed, I was on the sides of the bridges, which somewhat cut some time. So be on the lookout for edges to shorten your route. Yeah, so that is definitely the one thing that I think a lot of people also didn't notice, because everything is so close to the edge. But, you know, the shortest distance between 2 points, you know, is, you know, a straight line, right? But when you're in a course that curves, you need to be as close to the inside as you can at every moment. That's where you're going to make up your time, is taking those tight corners on the inside. So, yeah, I noticed that you and, you know, both Elle and Umi were very, very good about taking those edges really tight and trying to make sure that your placement was basically perfect. All right, well, we've gone through all of that. So the next thing that we're gonna do, I need to get Umi's Yae Miko for him. So we're gonna move on to that here next. So what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna swap over to the leaderboard, and I'm gonna communicate with him about getting him his character. And then we will bring the stream back up here in just a couple minutes. So stand by, guys. So I do want to take a moment to say, while I'm working on setting up some of this behind the scenes, thank you very much to everybody who competed, everyone who competed in this race. All 8 of our contestants, well, with the exception of the runner-up, will be entered into a small 7-person pool for a guaranteed slot in the next race. So you guys are going to have some strong competitors right out of the gates, you know, to run against. Now, those two, the runner-up of this race, which is Elle, and that guaranteed slot will be paired on the same bracket. So the very first round will be the 2 of them. So that first round will be definitely fierce between them in 6 weeks. So I'm hoping to do a little bit of hype between now and then. I may even turn aspects of this stream into a video just to release a short form of it on the channel here in the near future. But if you're interested, in competing yourself, keep an eye out for further updates on the channel for the next Genshin Grand Prix giveaway. All right, so we are back, and we're gonna get into getting Umi's Yae Miko for him. So, with that said, here's how we're gonna handle this. I am now logged into Umi's account, and we're just gonna go to the Sacred Sakura Shrine. We're gonna park up there in Yae Miko's own, and roll for the character on Yae Miko's own front porch. Because I think this is going to be the location to do this. So I will have to hide the screen here again. Oh, I teleported the wrong part. I'll have to hide the screen again here in just a second as I add some primos for him, because I want to make sure I don't dig into what he already has in storage. So let's see here. You have, oh, you don't really have anything anyways. So I guess I don't have to worry about digging into stuff that you already had. All right, so with that said, let me go ahead and swap it over to this real quick. Well, I go ahead and top you up here. Just to make sure I got everything recorded here. All right, we're gonna get into this here in just a second. All right, so let's see what we're going to be able to get for him here. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, I don't think. But, you know, because my luck tends to be trash, though, so who knows? Maybe, you know, my luck will be better on somebody else's account. Who knows? Who knows? He gets a minimum amount of Primo Gems out of me, which is from the top value. So there's that. And if we hit it, then all those extra Primo Gems are just his to do with what he pleases. And if I lose the 50-50, then I'll have to keep digging. We'll see. All right, so we are set. So let's see how many. Umi, quick question for you. Do you know if you're on the 50-50 cycle or if you're on the guaranteed cycle, or are you, how many rolls do you have? Do you know? Because that will obviously impact how long this takes and what we can expect. Okay, it's on the 50-50 cycle, so I'm assuming you're at 0 then? That's fine. I kind of expected it would be a 50-50, so I didn't, you know, put up a giveaway so that I can, you know, shy away from it. So, but let's see how many. Do you know how many rolls that you have down from the last one? I swear it's not a good omen because coin flips have been won. Jesus. But yeah, I don't know. Do you know how many pulls you've done? Thanks for $1,000. Here's a C10 Barbara. Oh man. I mean, that's pretty much how I felt yesterday rolling for Miko when I you know, obviously Toma's not a great character or anything, but like he's on the banner and like every roll gave me Diona. I think I got like 10 Dionas and I got 1 Toma. So I guess I could check the history, but it can be a little bit difficult to actually count that out. Let's see. This is on, there's one roll in the character one. And these are all on weapon. These are all on weapon. Weapon. More weapon. This is a Xingqiu. More weapon. Character Ganyu, 5-star, is right here, which you got on February 1st. All right, so. Oh boy. Okay, so it kind of looks like you only have actually 2 rolls because there's not, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff. So it looks like you literally have 2. But I can't tell if it's 20, like if it's 20 or if it's 2 because there's just 2. Oh, I see. Because you rolled these and wait, yeah, because you would get a lot of weapons. So it should be, how many is this going to be per page? I never use this thing. I always use like Paimon.mo or whatever, so I never count this thing. And what I also do is I just keep a tally on here, so I don't have to go through this garbage to try to figure out how many rolls I have, because it takes a lot of the guesswork out of it. 6 per page, gotcha. So let's see. So okay, I got it. So that would be what, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah. So okay, you got 21. All right. So confirmed. 21 rolls deep so far. So let me just go ahead and make some tally marks on that so that I know where we are. 1, 2, and a single 1. All right, so here comes the first one. Let's see. All right, so nothing in the first one, but you got official, but looks like you didn't need any officials. All right, so we are now at 31. This will make it 41. Nothing. You got a Toma. Looks like you did need constellations for your boy Toma. So there you go. Here's 51. And nothing. Hey, look. Lots of Diona. Like, so many Diona. I bet you really wanted all those Dionas. All right, a character you already have at C6. All right, so here comes 61. Still nothing. Oh boy, I can tell it's gonna make me dig here. All right, normally I would not do a 10 roll here. What with us already sitting at, 61, but this will drop us at 71, which I think is a safe bet anyways. So we're gonna go ahead and hit the 10. Oh, we still didn't get it. Wow. Hey, look, More Diona. Oh my god. All right, so now we're definitely into the singles. So this will be 72. Nut. Looks like the Sacred Sakura tree isn't doing us garbage for bringing Yae Miko home for you. Nuttin'. 74. Let's see. Nuttin'. Wow, this is bad. Here's 75. Nothing. Oh my god. Yo, Umi, what's wrong with your account, dude? This is bad. Oh god. All right, well, that's 76. This is 77. Oh my god, really? What the hell is happening right now? This is freaking ridiculous. 78. Finally, Jesus. All right, here we go. Let's see. Miko, Miko, Miko. Yeah, there we go. We won the 50-50. So, there you go. Guaranteed Yae Miko on me. That's your 50-50. The remaining Primo gems, which is equivalent roughly to like somewhere in the area of 20 more rolls, is yours to do with as you please. As well as all the other stuff you got on here. You got yourself a Miko, bud. And some other constellations. I am going to go ahead and, you know, put you on the roof. And then abandon your account for you to, you know, go and enjoy your Miko yourself. But first, I'm gonna apparently, you know, jump off a cliff almost. It's a good thing I'm not Rev. I would have just cratered all the way down for sure. I can't even get back up over here. This is super weird. So the first thing that ever happened to your Yae Miko was she attempted suicide. I'm just saying, that's not a good sign. Okay, let's go. All right, so I mean, I know that in the lore Miko is not the biggest fan, I guess, of the Sacred Sakura tree because she says it makes her bored or something, but this is taking it to new highs. I'm just trying to put you on a roof. Why is this so bad? Okay, here we go. You're on a roof. Now you're gonna be on another roof over here. And if I'm honest, I probably should have done this in order to start the rolls. Maybe I wouldn't have had to dig for 78 damn rolls to get the character for you. All right. So, there's your Yae Miko. Umi, congrats on the awesome races tonight. You killed it tonight, man. You time and again showed that you were the competitor to beat tonight, and the ultimate victor at the end was well, it seemed like it was destined to be you, and it ended up being you, despite a really close call with L after you lost to the first one. It definitely ended up being some craziness. So let me get off your account so I can relinquish it back to you so that you can get in there and enjoy your Yae Miko for yourself. Yeah. So that's pretty awesome. Let me go ahead and get back into my own account here. All right, so let's get into the chat here again for a second. Let's see. Yeah, Umi. Yeah, you're welcome, bud. I mean, you kicked ass on the race tonight, so you earned this victory. I didn't do anything that wasn't earned or deserved by you, given the amount of work that you had to push and the amount of trial and error with the course and learning everything that had to be done with it. And there was certainly no shortness of peril that was undergone throughout this whole thing. Oh, cool. I love when I have problems getting back into my own account. Oh. I keep typing my own password in wrong because, you know, I'm special apparently. All right. Cool. There we go. TH, my account review is still owed by you. Akaran, we can knock out that account review in the next stream. I'm not going to stream tomorrow. I need to catch up on the Raiden Shogun and Miko's quest lines, and I have not had any time to do that. Not to mention the fact that I have not had time to do just about anything this week outside of prep for the... Oh, hey, cool. I'm logging in on top of a boss that I needed to do. But yeah, so I forgot that I teleported myself into the teapot while standing on a boss location. Yes, Paimon, everybody can hear you. Veggiegoth, you put on a great show. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Let the chaos commence. Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy race. Umi earned the win. L fought hard throughout all of it just to, you know, put up as big a fight as he could. But at the end of the day, Umi ended up standing as the victor and bringing home his Yae Miko on me. And a more deserved victory I cannot imagine, because he fought hard and really put a lot of effort into bringing that home. So he earned it. He definitely deserved it. I don't think anybody can question that at this point. Oh boy. I need some freaking HP for my Shenhua before she gets nuke killed here. The only downside about coming to these bosses with this group is I don't have a Claymore character to bust this damn thing down. Meanwhile, they're slamming me like crazy from above, which is getting really old really fast. All right, get on the ground, man. Debuffed. Get some extra particles charged up. Hit him with some Kazuha action. All right, so I thought I had her burst charged up a little closer, but I guess they went ahead and zeroed me out again, because these bosses will eat your frickin' energy really bad. All right, there we go. There it is. This guy needs to go ahead and get down. Oh, cool. Well, whatever. I should have targeted the other enemy for that. Whatever. Yeah, you're not getting me with that garbage. Get out of here.
Unleash.
Archon and Wars. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to getting into the Raiden Shogun's quest line and Miko's quest line. I've just had no time to dig into it because I've been working like between actual work and trying to get my next theory done, which has been completely written now. I just actually need to progress it into the next stage. However, it doesn't really make sense for me to push it into the next stage when I think tomorrow we're getting a whole bunch of new Onkanomiya stuff released, and I need to explore that and see exactly if that will impact my my theory at all. Because if it impacts the trajectory of the theory, then I may have to do some rewrites, or, you know, completely take it in a different direction if anything is introduced that actually may show that the theory is inaccurate. So I have to kind of figure out what's going on with that first, and then I can progress going forward with that. Get ready to record scenes for story quests, FY. No, I mean, Aether, that's pretty much how I go into story quests anyways. Like I have a keyboard shortcut that I keep that you know, just fires off my screen recorder, so I don't have to go digging for it or anything like that. And yeah, whenever I go into story quests, like as soon as I talk to an NPC, it's just immediate, you know, screen recording. I don't really give it any other option, really. I just go ahead and just set it into record as soon as I start interacting with characters on story quests, because I know it's going to be important and I can't miss it. All right, let's see. Bruh, I'm glad you had fun competing in the contest as well. Akaran, your Yae Miko build is clunky. What do you have on your Yae Miko, Akaran? I'm curious. You just need Zhongli for those walls. Best thing is to knock one of them out while they're doing the first attack. I mean, there's another build or another character that are like an entire different team that I can bring to it. However, this boss actually, it goes really fast when like they don't like zero out my Ayaka's freaking elemental burst 3 times. That time they just kept killing her elemental burst and left me with like no options. You don't like running through the new quest too fast anyhow. Yeah, fair enough. I feel that. Fighting 2 bosses at the same time is hard. Yeah, it's not the easiest thing in the world. Well, you were laughing when TH was shocked Umi account didn't give Miko in less than 70 pulls. My account won't give me the character in less than 70 pulls. It's always 80 to 90. If it makes you feel any better, Val RFI or Valrafy or Valrafel. If it makes you feel any better, up until Shenhua, I had not, for the longest, between Raiden Shogun and Shenhua, I could not get a 5-star character with less than 84 pulls. Like, I went a long time digging really deep every time, losing 50-50s, and it was driving me crazy. Because, you know, like, I invest for all these things. I invest, you know, channel funds into this. I invest, honestly, most of my channel funds into it. And it's really frustrating when it makes me dig really deep, because that negatively impacts my ability to do the next one. So it can get rough at times. A 69 pity with no guarantee, trying to decide if I want to go for Yae. I mean, generally, I think the consensus is coming out from most of the build YouTubers and stuff like that, is that she's a very potent DPS. I don't know if she's going to be revealed to be a hyper or not yet. I haven't really seen much about that, but you know, we're going to see where the meta is going to place her and what kind of teams are going to be best for her. But right now, the consensus is that she is a very good DPS.
As a jeweler cherishes
Meanwhile, your friend 30 to 40 pulls with multiple. Yeah, that's how it be sometimes, man. Like, you know, sometimes you just got to watch everybody else get the things that you want, right? Same, it's a slow grind now on the story that I'm saving for Kokomi. Shenhua took 2 weeks of primo farming on her banner. Fair enough. Yae is sub DPS, burst DPS. That makes sense too. Some people are calling her a DPS. Yeah, I mean, if that is what her role ends up being, is sub or burst, and that makes sense given that she's a catalyst and how slow her primary attacks seem to be. Because that's a little bit frustrating too, if I'm being honest, but it's not that big of a deal. Just waiting for these guys to jump over to the other side. All right, now I can go over here and start messing with them directly.
My will embodied.
Go to Kazuha, Kokomi, straight to Ayaka for a burst. Get wrecked, dude, get wrecked. I don't like you, Cryo Bishop. Go away. All right, so the first one got wasted instantly. And that's how these go when you have an elemental burst. But when they eat your elemental burst, it goes objectively worse. And if he's dumb enough to go climb on the wall, I'm just gonna melt him right away. I don't know that he will. He might not, though. Oh, ow. Go ahead and get some heals for my Kokomi. He's usually the one that climbs on the wall, but I guess he didn't want to this time. It's fine, I guess, because maybe he doesn't do it after you kill the other one. I don't know. But yeah, goes a lot faster when you have an elemental burst to spend on them and they don't zero it out right away. Oh, okay. Let's not. Oh, actually, it's attack. Never mind. I don't care about that. Forget that one. Don't care about that at all. I'm still gonna be needing more Miko Ascension materials. However, that was the level 80 Ascension for my Miko, so she's making good progress. I just don't have that much gold right now either. That's another thing. I'm a little short on Mora, unsurprisingly. So I've got to farm some more materials for her on that front as well. Let's let me go ahead and claim that. I don't think I'm close to another roll on that one yet either. Now that I'm thinking on it, let's see. I don't think so. Let's see. No, I'm at 6. Okay, yeah, we're a little ways out on that still. Let's see what I can claim from this. See if this will help me out with anything. If you can get a quick swap team working with Miko, she becomes the primer main DPS. That makes sense. And that actually might be what I kind of focus, because I find myself really enjoying quick swap teams the more I play in them. My Ayaka teams are quick swap natured, so and I really enjoy that one too. My book? What about my book? I don't know what you're talking about, Aether. Oof, my book? I'm really confused. If you can get a... Okay, I already saw it. Bye, everyone. This was so entertaining and fun. Hey, I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Have a great night. You'll see my Yae build when you review my account, and you can also pull on the weapon banner. 2-3 birds with one... Fair enough. Really cool course. Hey, I'm glad you liked it. Catch you later, bruh. Have a great night. Don't even understand that. What? Yeah, I don't even know. Like, you said something about oof, your book, what, th. I don't know. Is that even English? What you writing, Aether? I'm really lost about the whatever you just put in there. What are good weapons for Yae? Well, obviously her banner weapon is ridiculous, but you know, like I'm still working on leveling that. Currently it is level 80, but I gotta go farm. I think I actually might have enough of these to push those right. Maybe even enough of these. But what I don't have is a whole lot of Mora either. So actually, now that I got my Miko to that level.
I only wish life could be as elusive.
Oh, you're talking about my weapons? Is that what you're talking about? Like my availability of weapons? Okay. Are so low? What do you mean so low? Oh, you're talking about my EXP books. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, like literally I'm leveling up characters all the time, man. Like I don't have excess materials just chilling out, sadly. I never have that stuff available to me, really. Let's head over to Inazuma really quick and see if I can push some books over so that I can continue to level some of her skills, because right now I'm shooting to get her to triple 8 as fast as I can, but we'll kind of see how it ends up working out. You're head out once again. Thank you, TH, for hosting the competition and winning that coin flip for me. And thanks for the competitors for a great time. Have a great night, Umi. Thanks for competing. Drizzy, thanks, bro. I like this community. Hey, I'm really glad you're enjoying the streams and you're enjoying the content that I'm putting forth and my course and all that stuff. So I'm really glad about that. All right, let's see if I have enough of these to. Oh yeah, I got a lot of these to push over. Cool, that'll help. That'll help a lot. I'm gonna wrap up the stream here pretty soon too, guys. So if you had any questions that you wanted to get out, or you know, anything in specific that you wanted to discuss, now would be a good time to do that. I want to say that I need gold books to push any of these now. Yes, I do. But oh god, I can't even level those because I don't have any of this item, which is obviously from the quest that I haven't even done yet. Oh, interesting. I can already read the description on this, though. I'm gonna not read that right now. Because I can tell very seriously that it's a thing. What's my opinion on spam? It's food. But yeah, I do need to continue to get this, so I need to go farm those, obviously. I wonder... No, I'm not gonna be able to change any of those because you need other items for that. Damn. I don't think I can transfer any of those. I don't know if she drops any. Yeah, because there's 3 different items. Yeah, and I won't be able to change any of those because you need the opposing one. So, well, I'll be able to make quick progress on it afterwards. So I guess we'll find out. You got her to 90 the moment you got mine, or you got yours. Nice. Yeah, I'm still, like, because I'm short on books. I'm a little bit on the struggle bus with it, but you know, she's triple 6s. She's 73, ascended to 80. I'm gonna, you know, push her to get to the next ascension with all haste. In fact, I'm gonna take what resin I have right now and go farm some EXP books and continue to push it until the end of the stream. But like I said, if you guys got any questions that you wanted to get out, now would be the time to do it. About the course, about lore, anything Genshin build related, anything you guys want to talk about, really. Let's see. So for the next race, will you announce it on Twitter? I will definitely be announcing it on Twitter. Twitter will continue to be essential for me bringing in my applicants to the race, so I will continue to use my Twitter as a platform to bring those in, but also to discuss lore topics and other random things, because, you know, I sometimes will just randomly post things from, you know, life over there as well, because why not?
Emerge right here, right now.
Let's see how Miko does against these with her triple 6s. Not exactly the highest points, but I'll take it nonetheless. Maybe I can get some buffs from Bennett and Sarah doubling over here. It might work for some better damage. I'm not trying to oh my god, Sarah, please don't with that. Cool. Let's see what kind of damage that'll do with the triple 6s and the double buff. Okay. Oh, okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'd like to see her get an elemental burst though. Just go ahead and throw a Sarah burst in here so I can rebuff Miko once again. Right, so well, I got that. I'd really like to drop a Miko burst, but I don't think that's going to be a good idea with how low they are. All right, well, we'll see. I've got that all charged up now, at least. I'm going to save my regular resin for the boss, because I do need to do more of those. Because I need to continue to get ascension materials. I don't think I'm going to actually level Miko to 90, but I will ascend her to 90 so I can crown skills if I choose. My account review is going to be interesting. I bet when TH does that after Acheron's. Yeah, I imagine yours will definitely be an interesting one. CR ascension stat busted. Yeah, Miko's definitely got some interesting stats. Like right now I'm sitting at 49.32184. Her weapon's not finished being leveled, and the character herself is not finished being leveled. So I'm expecting to be quite a bit above on both of these. I don't remember what the crit damage finishes at on this. I think it's like, is it 68%? So I'll gain another like 8% or something like that on that. And however much crit rate she still has from that last ascension as well. Let me go ahead and add some more levels to her while I'm here. Don't use her burst next. Oh yeah, I definitely wasn't gonna use it on those enemies. That would be a giant mistake, especially as long as it took me to build it up. This was fun to watch. Thank you, TH, for this event. Hopefully I can enter the next one. Bye, TH, and everyone. Hey, have a great night. All right, well, she's level 75. Pushing on. I'm gonna try to get her to 80 tonight, and then probably wrap up the stream. I don't think that should take too long either, because I'm pretty close anyways. All right, now that I got some bursts built up, you can go ahead and get out of my way there, dude.
Right now, strike. Emerge.
Yeah, I definitely think Sara's a good buffer for her, though, and definitely not anything wrong with it. The charge shots do much better damage, but I mean, she's only at 666s right now. I've got a lot of building to do with this character still. All right. Need to continue up to this next one here. 66.2 crit damage, TH at 90. Okay. So it's still got a little ways to go. That's fine. I'll take it. Hey, have a great night, bruh. Thanks for competing. All right, let's go ahead and throw down the full buffs this time. I'm not going to throw down any of the, I'm not going to throw down any of the other things. Oh, calm down, Miko. That was a lot of damage. Let me get behind this one. That was pretty good. I think that's supposed to strike 3 times, but I think maybe he blocked the other 2 and it kind of flattened it. So that's was kind of unfortunate that he just blocked the other 2 hits, because I think he would have died otherwise. I do like that those continue to just shoot them afterwards. That's pretty nice. Okay, you can do that. That's cool. Not using the Zhongling intentionally right now, just because I want to, you know, mostly test buffed Miko's damage. I mean, those are some regular 18Ks. That's not bad for a character that's still kind of under-leveled. We'll see how it all shakes out. I'll be very interested to really like play with like character synergies and stuff with her as well, because I'm not really sure how I want to use her yet. Right now I just dropped her into my Raiden Shogun's team because it, you know, provides a lot of buff opportunity for her, but I'm not sure that that's going to be the way that I'll play it out in the long run. We'll see. Let me go ahead and use those items that I just got on her. Yeah, her ult is great. The animation for it's really cool. I think it's, you know, I dare say, like, I think Raiden Shogun's one of my favorite ult animations as well. Mona's is really awesome as well, but I think Miko's is up there. I think in my top 3. I think it would be Mona, Raiden, and Miko. I think are the 3 coolest ones to me right now, at least. Okay, they're up here. Yeah, I haven't done the Raiden quest at all yet. I've not had the opportunity to do it. I was gonna do them today, and then I spent 6 hours polishing the racetrack and my stream elements to make sure that everything was a lot smoother tonight. So I got a lot to do there. We'll see. I'm planning on getting into that after work tomorrow. So yeah, I normally would have a stream on Thursday night, but I will not this week for obvious reasons, because I streamed Wednesday. But then I'll probably be back on stream on Friday night.
Nothing lasts forever.
No Bennett buff, but let's see what it does. Okay, that wasn't too bad, but this one managed to dodge out of it, which is kind of annoying.
Emerge.
I do like how much that damage seems to add up. I definitely feel like this is going to be a character that I will find a lot of resonance for playing on a personal level, just because of how, you know, how much I love high mobility mages. But another thing I'm also really interested to try is how much damage my Mona's gonna do with this weapon, because that is something I haven't done yet either. Actually, I was gonna save this, but you know what? The hell with it. I'll use them. I need these because I need to get her to 80 before I can even ascend her anyways, so I might as well use it. So I'll go ahead and press on to the next one. I need these. 4-hour stream, longest yet. I mean, I think it was, no, absolutely not, because my Lost Ark streams were insanely long. I had some like 5-hour ones on that, which, by the way, I don't even, did I even log in today? I need to log in. I don't think I even logged in today. I need to do that and claim my like login rewards, but I haven't had no time. I've had none. I really want to get into Lost Ark and do some stuff over there, and I have no time. Especially what with the new patch out, like I've been, you know, mostly having to focus my efforts here. All right, Bennett, give me a burst. Let's go. Cool, there it is. And back to Miko now.
Right here.
Well, I feel like all of her little turrets are just gonna melt everything here. So she made that one really easy. I really like all this, you know, all this off-screen damage she can produce. That's definitely nice. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I can do that dungeon with you after. I don't know if you're past it or not. What dungeon are you talking about? Oh, I know you're talking about in Lost Ark. Yeah, no, I've had I really haven't done a whole lot of stuff over there at all. Uninspired Zone says hi. Hey, welcome to the stream. You're kind of pulling into the last little bits here, because I'm probably about to head out here in a few minutes. I'm just rounding out, getting my Yae Miko to level 80 after wrapping up my my giveaway stream that finished up about 20-30 minutes ago. But yeah, welcome to the stream. We're just testing a few things with Yae Miko in the meantime. Actually, I got some fragile resin. I can still go over to this one, so I'm definitely gonna do that and just keep burning a little bit more here, because I need to get her to 80 to even justify continuing to farm her other materials. Oh, hey, it's these two. 1.2k followers, stage probably nearing 1.3. Yeah, I think it's got to be getting really close. Because I've been at 1.2k for quite a little while now. God, that always lasts longer than I think it's going to. All right, hitting him with this, because I'm tired of watching that. I feel like that could have done more damage. I don't know. Maybe it didn't crit, even though her crit rate's still quite high. This is one of the things where, like, it kind of makes me wonder if, like, this is even the best way to use her. It kind of makes me want to use her in, like a cryo res team, just to further up her crit rate. Like, if I can get her crit rate into, like, the 70% range or something like that, it might even be better. Because she, you know, she should be closer to that in a cryo res team, which I think would be pretty nice. I'm trying to think, like, what other kind of characters, like Eula would be okay, but I mean, obviously Eula's like, you know, this, I don't think, oh, Miko would continually apply some of those buffs for me, so that wouldn't necessarily be the worst thing. Was that Rev in disguise? I mean, he came right back up, though. It didn't matter. Like, I demand justice. I demand equality and falling damage, man. We have never had equality and falling damage. Like, we fall off a... Like, our characters can, like, trip and fall off a cliff and just die. Like, a tiny little cliff that seems like it shouldn't have done anything. And they just die horribly. But, like, you can knock an enemy off that same cliff and nothing happens to it at all, and it's the most frustrating thing ever. Just like, wow, I feel like that should have done a lot more damage, and then it just does nothing. Alright, well, that one just had crappy enemies, I think. Alright, I'm burning another fragile here so I can finish off this grind to my Miko's level 80. Hey, cool. I got some slimes to wrap up here, right? If you sprint off a short cliff, you die. Basically, yeah. I mean, I've definitely, like, you know, just, like, sprinted off, like, a little edge that I thought would be fine. And you hit the ground and you just die instantly. And you're like, that didn't seem like that should have killed me, but okay. And then you can knock enemies. You can knock, you know, even, like, crappy little low-level hilly trolls off a cliff 10 times as high and they'll survive it. Like, come on. Like, can we not with this? Can we, like, maybe kill the hilly trolls, please?
No turning back. Right now.
Alright, so we're just using all this off-screen damage to generate most of the damage for me right now. Alright, well, let's burst again. Whew. Got him from behind at least. Like, he died, but this one was shielding, so I gotta definitely watch for that shield. I never managed to block that attack. I find that very annoying. And Bennett burst again, because why not? No, that. Get out of here. You know, I have to check and see. I'm very curious to see what the what the dodge point is, or if Yae Miko's E actually provides a dodge. It kind of makes me want to go test it really quick before the end of the stream. Just like go let a Ruin Guardian or something take a few shots at me and see if like if it has a dodge point at the end of it. Because I probably only need one more of these ley lines to finish off getting her to 80. And tomorrow I'll probably use most of her resin to farm up some stuff over there on that side. All right, let's see. This one will probably round it out. Your child died so many times like that in the early game. Yeah, that's rough. Also, there's the fact that a normal Hilichurl, which has about as much HP as your average level 90 Zhongli, I guess we do more damage, though. Yeah, I mean, that is true. We can't deny that that's a thing, but still. Although, I feel like there's kind of a wide variance for average 90 Zhonglis, just based on, like, what build you're using will wildly vary how much, you know, HP your Zhongli will have. Alright, that was a quick one, but I went for the Zhongling just to go ahead and add the quick kill shots on this one. Bro, am I doing that again for Ayato? His leaks look... So, I don't follow leaks, so I don't really know anything about Ayato, but... yes, I will be doing it again for Ayato. That is the current plan anyways. Did I not get enough to actually level her up? It looks like I didn't. It looks like it's just gonna barely land. Oh my god. Could that have gotten any closer without making it? Like, oh my god. Hang on. Let me go to the shop and see if I got any. I don't think that I do. No, because I already bought them all out. Man, now I'm gonna have to do one more just to get one lousy stupid book to get like the 4 experience that she didn't get to level up. That's really annoying. I don't want to use it for that. Yeah, that was really close. That's annoying. All right, so we got some of these enemies over here. Well, hit him with a Miko burst. How about that? If I can actually charge up Bennett's damn burst before he dies, which he didn't because he got locked into it. Cool. That's annoying.
Right now.
Here, let's throw this down then. Run, Bennett! No! God damn it. I should have healed him. Alright, well, fine. Miko burst anyways. I probably should have Sara buffed, but whatever. Oh! God. Okay, calm down, Miko. It's okay. I know Bennett died twice, but you don't gotta... I feel like that is exactly the kind of reaction that Miko would have to somebody, like, killing her party like that. Yeah, I don't like using the NRE. I don't, because it requires me to take my freaking glide speed thing off, and until they allow us to customize this to change those on the fly, that NRE will remain largely unused because I find swapping it clunky and it annoys me. I'm just gonna be very honest with you. I find swapping to those items and those gadgets as a bit of a hindrance, and I would like a quality of life improvement on that. So I just keep my fan on all the time so that, like, if I want to glide across the surface fast, I can just do that. I prefer to use that. I don't usually like to go with the NRE just because I don't like to swap to it. Now, that said, if they allowed us to put it on here and I could just quick hot swap between the two really fast, I would use it all the time. I would use the NRE all the time, and I have no excuse not to. But until that happens, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's this patch or the next, but I don't see anywhere to customize it. So, you know, if anybody can report back to me on whether or not they did add it, I sure would like to know. All right, so let me just go ahead and pop one of these crappy small ones just to finish off that level 80 one. Now I'm going to have to go back and farm that boss a million more times. I'm also going to need some gold as well. All right, so let's go get a Ruin Guard to shoot at me a few times before I end the stream, because I want I want to see if I can, you know, like what the dodge time is on that ability, because I'm just curious. TH the broke Archon. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally, because I get every character and I, you know, try to level every 5-star immediately, whilst also trying to catch up with some of my overdue meta characters. You know, I frequently am completely blown out on my leveling and enhancement materials. I just don't have them available to me most of the time. Ow! Freaking hilly churl. Well, you also deemed yourself the Geo Archon and so I did. That's true. I definitely did do that. I mean, back in the day when I did that, for what it's worth, I was using Zhongli as a primary DPS because there were no compelling physical DPS to me other than him. But then I ended up changing him after Eula came out, because after Eula came out, objectively, there was no reason for me to use Zhongli in that role anymore. And he had a support role that he could fill that would actually make him useful again. So I did that. Go, shoot me. What are you doing? All right, come on. I want to see if this will work as a dodge.
Emerge.
Well, I don't know if that worked as an iframe or if it just worked because I got far away from him.
Right now.
I didn't hit the second one, though. All right, but the first one definitely did work. So I want him to shoot a rocket at me. That's what I want to do. That's what I really want to do. Here we go. Let's see if I can sidestep the rockets like that. No, that did not work at all. Now, I might need to go forward towards them. That might be the play for that. Yeah, I might need to go forward towards him because usually you have to, you got to get away from him. So what I want to see is if I can dodge through them, if it has a iframe at all. Because that's the indicator. Because, like, I came out the end of it, and that's when he hit me. So...
Emerge.
No, that I don't think is an iframe. At least it doesn't seem to be. Like, you can position dodge, but I don't think it will iframe dodge. No, I didn't hit that one on time. No, that will not iframe dodge. Like, I keep hitting it. It's not doing anything. Hang on. Before those rockets hit me in the face, let me feed her again so that they don't kill her.
Right now.
I went straight into that. Damn it. I thought I was going to have a little less time than I had between them coming out, so damn it. All right, well, I'll just Bennett first and heal her up that way. Hey, more rockets. Okay, here we go.
Right here.
Nope, you can't dodge. Like, I don't think this is an iframe. It doesn't appear to iframe at all. Some characters do have dodges that iframe, but some don't. Doesn't look like they want to give any of those to the Electro characters. Is what it is. I don't think that has any iframe component. It's just going to be a physical dodge. So you just got to get out of the way. You got to go to the left or to the right just to reposition yourself, which is fine. It's definitely still going to be able to be used in a way that, you know, will benefit you positionally. But I feel like, you know, a lot of the times you're going to be spamming that out to get as much damage on the field at one time as possible. So you may not utilize it that way, though. You know, you may just lean on her normal dodges to get that done instead. All right, let's we'll wake this one up and see if I can change kind of the way that works on this one at all, and then that's gonna be it. Let's get him to shoot a rocket. Come on, shoot a rocket. Let's go. Shoot a rocket at me. All right, well, he's gonna do this instead. Nope, I went towards that one. I actually would be curious to know if when they use the jump, whether or not that will go far enough to get you out of it. All right, let's try going to the side.
Emerge. Right
Okay,
now.
so you definitely can side dodge that, but that's not too surprising. Although I feel like effectively that you can use your sprint dodge to get out of that much easier. Like, because you can just wait till the last second and just, you know, side tap that anyways. Because their rockets are relatively easy to dodge in the first place. So I don't know that there's much advantage really to be held there by doing that. You know, I gotta say that her off-screen damage, or rather her remote damage application is nice because you can continue to deal damage to these things whilst he's spinning, which is really nice. Yeah, that's a pretty nice skill. Even at level 6, not bad at all.
Right.
Nope, I was waiting till the last second to see how that dodge would work. But you gotta hit that one much earlier. But yeah, I don't think that this is necessarily the best way to dodge, because you really just, like, you can just, you know, kind of max range those and get out of them easier, I think. And at close range, I think you'll find that it's mostly impossible to use that as a dodge from any enemy that has any kind of reach at all. That said, I don't think I think it's still far from useless as a dodge, but anything that you can use, anything positional dodging, I think you'll be fine, but anything that would require the use of an actual iframe dodge, you're not going to use that for. Sad, but oh well, is what it is. All right, guys, well, that is, I think, going to do it for me tonight. Yeah, Aether, I am going to put it on my Mona, but I think I'm going to save that for my next stream, actually. I think I might dedicate a big portion of my next stream to, you know, like showcasing like my Miko build as it stands, and then also Mona changes and stuff utilizing that weapon, because testing that weapon on Mona will determine whether or not I dig to get a second one or not, because if it's really good on Mona, I'm gonna get a second one. But anyways, I need to get out of here because it's late and I gotta be at work in the morning, so I am out of here for the evening. Thanks again to everybody for watching. Support the channel by clicking the like button and subscribing if you enjoyed the content. That really helps me out. Not enough people are clicking the like button these days. I really do need that assistance to help the YouTube algorithm stop forgetting that I exist. So do that. If you want to support the channel, you can join me over on, you can join the Adventurers Guild of the Sealies, or support me by subscribing over on Twitter. The Twitter subscriptions are what allow me to continue to do or rather not the Twitter, but the Twitch subscriptions are what actually allow me to continue to do the Genshin Grand Prix giveaways. So support for me over there really does help me out with that as well. I'm out of here for the night, guys. Thanks for being here. Have a great night. Eat the Paimon. Oh man, I should have given him some cake. Only one, he needed some cake.